Welcome to the June 4th, 2022 Board Study Session. Superintendent, will you take the roll?
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Here.
Mr. Clark.
Here.
Mr. Short.
Here.
Mr. Huey.
Here.
Mr. Hoover. Please note for the record that Mr. Hoover is absent.
All right. Thank you. We are now going to be going into closed session to discuss personnel matters with respect to every item of business to be discussed in closed session pursuant to section 54957 of the Government Code, as well as employer-employee relations with respect to every item of the business to be discussed in closed session pursuant to section 54957.6 of the Government Code. We anticipate that we'll be out of closed session at 10 a.m. If for some reason we are running a little over, we will have someone come out and indicate our anticipated return time. With that being said, we are in closed session.
I'll come and get you when we get to that item. Yeah.
right, welcome back. The board just finished our closed session. Let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we have a broadcast statement. Broadcast and recording is being made at the direction of the board, and the broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. The meeting is being live streamed on the district's YouTube channel. Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board Policy 1313 promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among employees, parents, and the public. We will treat staff, parents, and members of the public with respect and expect the same in return. If any member of the public uses obscenities or communicates in a demanding, loud, insulting, or demeaning manner, the board will calmly and politely admonish the person to communicate civilly. Public comments during board meetings are an important component of public engagement and transparency, and all written comments submitted to the board by 3 p.m. yesterday have been read. Per the Brown Act, the board is not allowed to enter into a two-way discussion on any matter not on the agenda. This is a special note here. During special board meetings, which this is one, public comments are only accepted on items on the agenda. Specifically, we do not agendize an open comment period, but we will open up for public comments on any of the items that we discuss during the board study session. Let's see, at the direction of the board, the superintendent will call roll to acknowledge the board received all electronic comments by 3 p.m. yesterday as it pertains to today's special board meeting. Superintendent, please call the roll.
Yes, Ms. Gow? Here. Mr. Short?
Here.
Mr. Clark?
Here.
Mr. Reed?
Here.
Mr. Hoover? Absent. And Mr. Hui?
Here.
Thank you.
All right, agenda item 4, reporting out of closed session. Superintendent.
We have no action to report out of closed session today.
All right, item 5, adoption of the agenda.
I'll move it.
Motion by Mr. Clark,
Second.
second by Mr. Short. Superintendent, call the roll.
Yes. Ms. Gow? Aye. Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
And Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
All right, now we're into our board study session. This is, well, I think we call the January one, what do we call our January study sessions? Is it also called a study session?
It was a study session, and it was also Rancho Cordova Visioning.
Visioning, yeah.
Yes.
The Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board does 2 informal sessions a year, one in January, one in June. The goal is to be a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more informal, a little bit more visioning, thinking about things that we could do better, more discussion oriented. As the superintendent mentioned, in the January study session, we had a significant focus on visioning for Rancho Cordova in particular, given some unique challenges that are and unique opportunities that we have in Rancho Cordova. So this is our June study session, and the first item on the agenda is school visioning, continuation of the Rancho Cordova visioning. Superintendent.
Yes, and again, this was springboarded from conversation we had back in January, and we were talking about our CTE programs, and Ms. Cadell, our coordinator of career technical education, shared a presentation of all the different programs we offer, the industry sectors at all of our high schools and also into our middle schools. And it was at that time the board asked that we might also go and see what other districts are doing with CTE programs. So we actually took field trips in the last 2 months and visited some CTE programs in other districts just to get an idea of, what they may look like, whether it's construction management or information technology. But we saw some other programs in action, and with that information, we're coming back today to do a revisit to the programs that we have, as well as just debrief on what we saw at some of the other schools. Dr. Huber, did you want to introduce Ms. Cadell?
Yes, I'd like to ask Alicia Cadell to come up to the podium. She'll be taking us through a presentation and also somewhat of a virtual tour through some of the programs we have at FCUSD, and that's what's going to kick us off this morning with this topic.
Thank you. Good morning, President Reed, Dr. Collegian, and District Administration. I'm here this morning to share information on the amazing STEM, STEAM, and CTE programs in the Rancho Cordova schools. Career technical education, as you know, makes such a positive impact on student engagement, learning, attendance, and college and career readiness. Let's participate in a virtual tour of the CTE programs at the Rancho Cordova high schools and schools.
Career technical education in Rancho Cordova schools. This year we had 7 industry sectors and 9 pathways available to the students at Cordova High School, as well as 5 of the 6 career technical student organizations. Of the programs, 4 are California Partnership Academies. The Agriculture Academy that integrates FFA into the curriculum and activities. The CTE Construction Pathway that integrates Skills USA into the curriculum, and competitions like the recent Design Build competition that they received an architectural award a few weeks ago for their Dr. Seuss home. The Business Tech Academy. They have a safe credit union branch on campus that the students work in. And let's hear from a few of their students in the Business Tech Academy.
Why did you join the Business Academy?
I joined the Business Academy because I wanted an opportunity to learn about the real world.
I'm interested in pursuing my career in business.
I joined the Business Academy because I felt like it had a lot to offer. The things Mr. Scott teaches is included with all walks of life, marketing, promotion, and also the junior class, especially with our production with media. It's just a great class. What's your favorite part of the Business Academy?
Well, my favorite part is how we get to work on different projects that are going to contribute to our success later on. I also like how Mr. Scott always gives us inspiring speeches and always lets us run the class and dictate how much work we're going to put in.
I joined the Business Academy because I was looking for an elective that I would be interested in. I saw that in Business Academy you'd learn how to manage money, how to buy houses, how to market and stuff like that, and I thought that maybe it would interest me. And I also heard about an internship you get by your junior year, so I was like, that sounds like a good opportunity.
What's your favorite part of the Business Academy?
My favorite part of the Business Academy is the teacher himself, Mr. Scott. He's well spoken and he's well educated. I also enjoy the environment because we have so much different ethnicities and so much different perspectives that it's a fun class.
How could you see yourself using the knowledge acquired in this class in the real world?
Well, I do video editing. It's really fun. I really wanted to dabble in it for this class, and I was after making a couple movies, getting good feedback, I feel like I could even turn this into a career.
Well, since we learned about taxes and budgeting and just using different platforms for your own financial stuff, I can definitely see myself using that for my own life in the future.
We have the Culinary Academy that integrates FCCLA as their career technical student organization, and the Engineering Academy with Skills USA. we have the Medical Pathway, which is the International Baccalaureate Career Program in Patient Care. And Kinney High School offers 2 programs in culinary and in metals and welding. The culinary students work in catering. They also participate in FCCLA. And here are some wonderful pictures of some of their creations. And student testimonials. Mills Middle School has integrated many STEM courses into their programs, and we're working with the Cordova High School Ag and Culinary Academies and FFA and FCCLA to make a matriculation between the schools. They've also been featured on Good Day Sacramento for a couple of projects.
Welcome back to Good Day Sacramento. I'm Julie Surtees, hanging out this morning at Mills Middle School here in Rancho Cordova, and I want to show you this amazing portrait here. I know you see a little bit of some highlighting going on, but underneath the highlighting, you can tell who that is, Malala Yousafzai. My friends, these kiddos here at Mills Middle School are using this image to turn this portrait into their own portrait using Legos.
This is amazing.
Yes, Lego, I should say. Look at this. Is this not amazing?
Yes.
They are
So
doing such an
cool.
incredible job, right? So then all of the highlighting that you see here, that's to let the other students in the class and other classes know that they've already done this part of the piece. I am so impressed. Here are some of the kiddos right here. This was actually, Marwa, your choice. You chose, your teacher said, who should we make a portrait of?
These are some of the images with the crew from Good Day Sacramento. And Mitchell Middle School, of course, is the International Baccalaureate Middle Schools program, middle years program that focuses on STEAM. Cordova Gardens, we've worked with a STEM project, catapults coming from Sierra College, and the Cordova High School Engineering Academy students came and worked with staff and students. Also had development and career exploration with 5th and 6th grade teachers.
Great. Isn't it wonderful to see the positive impact that CTE has on our students for college and career readiness and preparation for high school? In response, as Dr. Collegian said, to the board's request of touring other CTE programs, and Mr. Short had mentioned he had visited Lincoln High School in Stockton. We prepared 2 different trips, one on March 23rd to 2 high schools in San Juan Unified, Del Campo and Casa Robles. And then on March 30th, we visited the Lincoln High School, which is in Stockton, California. In San Juan at Del Campo, we saw that they had a broadcast studio, which was amazing. And those are some of the pictures because I was so impressed with their setup with their green screen and broadcasting. They have computer science, very similar to the courses that we offer in the AP Computer Science Principles and AP Computer Science A. Construction program, which had a brand new teacher. Entrepreneurship, it's a very unique opportunity. It's not really so much a business, it's more of a service learning that's called Kids Helping Kids, and they're a nonprofit organization. And I'd like to integrate that, some of what they do in the new entrepreneurship pathway we'll have at Folsom High School next year. An amazing fire tech program. It's like it's a fire station. You know, it's really amazing what they have there. And then a great video production, as I mentioned as well. We went on to Casa Robles in Orangeville after that and saw their agriculture program. It's really a floral design, like we have in ornamental horticulture at Cordova. They have an auto mechanics program, which has a new teacher this year as well. And then they have their Scorth Health Academy, and that is a California Partnership Academy like the 4 that we have at Cordova High School, really focusing on medical assistant, where in comparison to the IB career program in patient care at Cordova High School, we're doing all facets of healthcare. Could be sports medicine, could be dentistry. We want them to have more breadth and experiences and more industry certificates. They also have a woodwork and cabinetry program there. And then we went down to Stockton, and they have an amazing program. They call it the Engineering and Construction Academy. It's really 3 that I could figure out. I'd like to learn more about how they put this model together, because California Partnership Academies, it's a funding grant from the state of California. It's not been offered for decades. And they have kind of meshed this all together with some architecture and engineering in that industry sector, as well as construction, as well as metals. And so what I really was impressed and wanted to share with you is that picture with the red plaques on the back. They call it their donor recognition wall. And that's something I think we need to do. I can do a better job at the high schools, showcasing the students' awards. Like you just saw so many things that we don't have glass cases and things to really showcase when people go by. Wow, this is what we're doing. Look at the success of our students. And then as well, our business partners. I can't do any of these programs without our business partners. And so I need to recognize them more and keep them just as engaged and add more business partners as I have done this summer, and we do every year. Continue on with Lincoln, they have these gaming, and I thought, boy, if these kids could see those chairs. Do you see those flame gaming chairs they have for their gaming pathway? I don't know how long they'll last, but they don't have many sections of the class, but the room looked really nice. And then the architectural design, every desk there is kind of a drafting table, if you will. So I put a picture of that up as well. But then we know with increased enrollment how we have to do different courses in the classes. So I'd be afraid of some things there. And then they're culinary, and they served us lunch. And you can see a picture of Dr. Collegian and Mr. Ogden and others there. So expansions and improvements for 22-23. First, we know, and Mr. Washburn and his staff have been amazing in the construction projects that are already underway in the D wing at Cordova High School. We're moving the Business Tech Academy that you just watched their video over to D1, which this year the IBCP patient care was in that. He's moving down to D2. This is the wing that used to have the JROTC, so there's a lot of space. And then Mr. Washburn and his staff are building a space for teacher preps and things too, to house the teachers there. In the IBCP, I'm really excited, and a lot of this is funding from the K-12 Strong Workforce Grant that I've been successful in getting for 3 years in a row. We're adding 4 anatomage tables. And I put a picture of it up there. It's basically like a 6-foot iPad, and it's 3D dissection. It's amazing. There's competitions in HOSA for it. You can get college credits on some things we're looking at as well. And they do have animals on theirs too. So the ag kids from the ag bio are going to come over and use it too. And FFA has things. So I think they have pigs, dogs, and cats. That's what they have on them. So it's amazing. And when we interviewed, because I wanted to interview, they're very expensive. So I wanted to interview other teachers throughout the state that use it. And they say the kids come in and beg before school, at lunch, after school, and then they want to challenge their teacher. Can I do the dissection with you? I bet you don't know that this skeletal system, blah, blah, blah. They are so engaged and excited because it's all interactive, hands-on. So it's amazing. They were actually designed years ago for rural colleges that didn't have cadavers. So someone came up with this idea, and the tables really haven't changed. We are getting the ones that can go upright as well as horizontal. It's just software updates. So we're working again with Matt Washburn's wonderful staff to make sure that they're set, because when we're set, we don't want to move these and have them in the right place with the right connectivity that they're required. We're also going to purchase an ambulance simulator, which there's kind of a picture one. It's pretty awesome. And we're going to choose the one with the open so the teacher has visibility of the students. And then there's screens that you put throughout the class as well. But we will wait till the construction's done, because that's a weekend move in. We don't move it. It's very, very heavy. So that will apply to a lot of different things that they're doing for EMT and other things to get them those experiences. And then a lot of industry-specific equipment. So my goal is, when you open that door and walk in that classroom, you know that's a medical classroom, healthcare. We're preparing kids for college and career in that industry. Doesn't mean they're all going to go there, but I want every room to be that clean. It looks like industry when you walk in. So it's very exciting what we're doing there. The Ag Academy, we talked about it a lot. We're going to do a greenhouse probably. And so we're still working with facilities on that location instead of building a complex. We're really working so closely with Soil-Borne Farms. We're going to work back and forth and secure an MOU with him and have the kids work more and more over there. And they're so excited about that. I started a new, next year we'll have a new digital video production program there. And that was grant money that I secured for that teacher. As well in that program, and it really increased the equipment, the quality of the equipment, and make it more industry specific. So it's really exciting. And then working with Mills and Cordova Gardens. I've worked with Mr. Bliss, the principal of Cordova Gardens this year, and he really wants a thematic of STEM every month. And he wants the video. And I said, if I have old equipment, we'll go back and forth and really have that collaboration between the students. And the elementary kids love to see the high school students. And sometimes they listen to them better than their teachers. They get excited by that. So that's really, really nice. Then we're fortunate to finally add a capstone course to our Agriscience Pathway. So we've always had 3 pathways in the Ag Academy, but one never had a capstone, so I couldn't fund it. So the course has a very long title and it's very complicated. It's Advancing Interdisciplinary Science for Sustainable Agriculture. And they will do for seniors in the spring term, they will do a research project working at soil-borne farms in the afternoon. So they got it the last period of the day. So then we'll have real 3 solid pathways in the Ag Academy, which is really exciting. Okay. So what else we're working on is, and we started last week, so I haven't slept much, the CTE Summer Preceptorship Program. It has been amazing. We had over 108 applications. We had 76 students that we finally placed. We lost students for various reasons, and I have those reasons if you're interested. But focusing on Cordova High School, we placed 11 students, but we dropped 15. And it breaks my heart. And so we did a lot of extra marketing. I had business partners come. We put on lunches in the library to really recruit. I had students that were in there last year come, the 12th graders, because this is a program for 11th to 12th, to, be their peer mentors. So there's a lot of work that I want to do on that next year because I want those numbers much higher, especially in the patient care and medical opportunities that we have for them. So I got a couple charts to show you there, but 47% of the kids that left were from Cordova, and it's just unacceptable. Do more year-round work-based programs, so it's not just the summer preceptorship program, and then continue with the service learning projects. That's a pillar of CTE and a requirement of high-quality programs. Like our Engineering Academy projects, I got to watch those. Were any of you on those with Mrs. Kaplan's kids a couple weeks ago? They do projects for the students, special ed students, especially sometimes students with orthopedic needs, and they engineer things for them to help them modify and have accommodations. And it was amazing. And then they had the other engineering projects, like you saw the boat. That boat was actually, I call it a canoe, it was a shark. So it had a tail, and then the student had a fin on her head. And I said, well, who's going to steer this boat? And she said, the lightest and smallest student in the class is who's getting in that boat. So it was really fun to see her go around the lake there with that SMUD competition. So we want to do more service learning where we're giving back to the community and helping with that. And I added FFA because we just finished the Sacramento County Fair, and the students did so well with their rabbits. And I've listed the awards that they have here. What I found very interesting, and this is the excitement and the amazing, wonderful, and passionate teachers that we have. Holly Chestnut, one of our ag teachers, during COVID did a TikTok about this project she wanted to do with rabbits. And Purina picked up on it. And Purina ended up giving her tons of food, rabbit feed. I don't know what rabbits need, but they need a lot of things, I guess. And donated all to Cordova High because of her doing this TikTok. And so the goal was, because it's expensive, the kids had about $100 into this. And so they had figured out the break-even point. Mr. Martin will like this. They did all the math in their spreadsheet, and they were hoping to get $100 a rabbit. That was it. And they got between $400 and $700. The other thing the students did is they took the initiative, which we teach, and they went out and talked to Rayleigh's, all the local grocery stores in the area, talked to the butchers, the meat managers, and had them there, and they were bidding on those rabbits. Said, I'm a Cordova kid, this is what I do, and just, again, those business partners are everything to the success of these programs, so I think that had a lot to do with their success. So that was really exciting. If you're interested in why we lost our 15 students, 2 for personal, 1 for a summer job, 1 for summer school, 1 left the district, and 10 just requested to disenroll. And this is after I go back to the teachers and I call the kids in class and I get the teacher's approval in advance. And I talk to them and I talk to their parents and just, we don't know what we don't know. So I've got to do a better job of figuring out how I can do that to get those numbers up and not have that problem. But they went through the application process and they went through a panel interview. So that's a wonderful experience for them as well. Okay. Early college credit. This is something we're very important in our programs and help our students again have that college readiness so they have a college transcript before they ever walk the stage and graduate from Cordova High School or other high schools. So we're working to articulate even more classes with Los Rios Community College District. Folsom Lake College is obviously our local college that we work with, but some of the programs aren't there, like the culinary, for example, is at ARC. It's not at FLC. And we do our medals and things with Casunas River College. So it depends what in construction, whatever they have there. We've been working very hard with Dr. Huber and with Mr. Ogden to secure an MOU with the Los Rios Community College District, a general type of statement, and we're still working on that before we bring it to the board, and then we can add addendums as we do these other courses moving forward and what that might look like. So next year, the college has 2 online classes. They will not be a part of the school day, so they're not on the school schedule. One will be an administrative justice, that's a hybrid course, and then they're going to have in-person at the Folsom Lake College campus on Folsom Boulevard on their early release day. So the kids make it as convenient as possible, and what support can we provide during the day for that? And then a humanities course as well. And these are going to be just for Cordova High School kids. They're not going to be open to other college kids in the community, so we're trying to keep this closed enrollment. So we're working really hard on that. And then the Promise to Career Construction, this came out of the K-16. And this particular, the Promise program in the city of Rancho Cordova, this is what they're kind of playing on that term. It's with Consumnes for construction, and the origin of this came from Kaiser Permanente. I know, because medicine, right? They can't build their buildings that they need. They can't get this labor. Short. So they're offering a $500 scholarship up front, in the back, certificate programs. And I had the department head and the director of philanthropy come and talk to the seniors and the juniors, Mr. Leineke's class. He was doing a nacho party the last day after they cleaned the whole workspace. So they came and spoke to them, and 2 students stood up. I was very impressed and said, "May I have your business card, please?" And the professor didn't have it. He goes, "Follow me in my truck and I'll give it to you." So, it just starts with one, and then we move on from there. So that's really exciting what we're doing, scholarships and the certificate programs. So a needs analysis of what we want to do going forward is looking at renovating some of our classrooms. The facilities, again, have done an amazing job with Mrs. Bird's class at Mills Middle School, what we're doing at Cordova High School. And there's some more opportunities at Mills Middle School for some of the Farm to Fork with STEAM. We have 1 year-long section. We have 1 semester section there as well. And I wrote that Middle Schools Foundation Academy grant, purchased a lot of science and STEM materials. And I was just talking to Mr. Washington about it today, because they're from 19, whatever the school was born. One of our teachers said she was in that classroom as a child, and it's the same. So they're 2-pronged is what I'm trying to say. And everything has that grounded prong now. So Matt said we could work on that to get those changed out. So we want to update that classroom and other classrooms. Also get a future industry sector of ICT. We need computer science at Cordova High School. And I'm passionate about that. Again, connecting these projects, students and staff between the elementary, the middle, and the high schools. And Dr. Huber and myself and some of the principals have met and talked about this and the importance of what we're going to do moving forward, especially with Mills. And so targeted schools are Mills. This STEM, STEAM, pre-CTE is what Principal Kerrigan likes to call it throughout the campus. I emailed her today some ideas of what we might be able to do with some changes. And then the Rancho Cordova elementary schools. So I love bringing in like that catapult project that came out of Sierra College, and I got them to donate everything. And then we didn't know where to go with it. So then we ended up at the elementary school and then have the middle. So we're going to do like the little triangle there is what I call it in Rancho Cordova. But we need to include the other schools as well, the elementary schools. So that's something to work on next year, to have those opportunities for all kids. Additionally, we really need to review the data with this Cordova High School administrators, counselors, and staff. It was nice this year. I had asked Mrs. Botsford, assistant principal at Cordova, if I could have a showcase at every counseling meeting and have a CTE team come in. So the Ag Academy did 1 month. Business, I wanted them to come in and explain the sequence of courses, why it's important, how the scheduling works, what the requirements are, especially like the IBCP, because 4 of their courses are dedicated to this in the day that they have to take. So continue those communications so we're all on the same page and understand what's important. Look at these completers reports. How can we get this, especially the A to G, and I know we have the A to G grant. How are we going to do this with the science? How can we help to get that qualification there? And really look at our demographics. Then create an outreach program to the student body. The student body, I think I put on here, 52% are enrolled in CTE, which is good, and it's higher than the 2 San Juan high schools that we looked at. And our numbers, our population's a little higher, but pretty close with some of the others. And again, increase the projects with the elementary and middle schools, and increase enrollment in the summer preceptorship program. I'd like to see it double. I mean, I'm happy we're at 76, but we can do more. This work-based learning is just priceless to these kids' education, so it's really exciting. And so in closing, I'd like to thank the board members, Superintendent Collegian, the district, our business community, and education partners for making CTE an integral part of our students' education. The CTE programs of study provide college and career readiness for all students. And I'd like to share a quote that I used at our district advisory meeting, and I think it's perfect for today as well, from T.S. Eliot, that every moment is a fresh beginning. And I look at that at every day, in every pathway, and for every student, it's a new day. If you had a bad day yesterday, let's start today anew. Thank you.
Yes.
I want to thank you. Yeah. Great presentation. I'm really impressed of all the services and CTs we've gone for many years. It takes a lot of effort and focus to do that. So I'm really pleasure to see what we're doing. There's a lot more to do. My quick question is, and I've been involved in this in the past, you're talking about marketing, and I've been going out and asking community members, and a lot of folks in the public, parents, just don't know that we have all these options and services. And so you were talking about marketing for internal. So how about the outreach and the outreach within our community where parents really can see that there are all these options for us? What are we going to do with that, and how can we go about it better?
Well, I agree with you. Thank you, Mr. Short. I've always wanted to do, and Dr. Collegian shared this when she first came, this beautiful packet with flyers for everything. I mean, I try to update the websites, but I think a video for the whole district and for each school as well, have that out there. And then going out to the local business partners. I'm a part of many professional organizations because I can get more business partners at their meetings. And I encourage my teachers to be on the advisory boards for the colleges, and I am as well, and other breakout groups of that, and sharing that. But I hear what you say about the parents.
How about the local leadership, like city councils, like chambers, all these other folks that, I've been talking to, and they just don't realize we do all this. There might be more avenues to go out. That's where my suggestion is.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe just reaching out to the community a lot better.
Okay,
I think community council might be another
Yeah.
venue for that.
Community-
Maybe I can ask
right.
Diane and Shelley to be on a future agenda and have a
Absolutely,
presentation.
Shelley is one of them, yeah. Mm-hmm. But other way, that's awesome. I'd like to see some of those programs that we've seen, like Fire Academy was interesting, the construction. There's a lot of things that we can do just here locally for a lot of these kids that
Absolutely.
are opportunities for them.
Great.
Thank you.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Yes. Alicia, great presentation. I loved it. I just have a few comments and then some questions, obviously. You talked about our business partners. I'm assuming that they're all local in the Rancho Cordova area that we're working with, or are they out of the
We go up
region?
to Cameron Park. We're taking 2 students up there to Snowline Engineering for a internship that they have. And then
Okay.
we go down to Turner Construction downtown, and then some of their jobs at the Capitol.
Perfect. And you did mention that you can get us a list of those business partners. I'd be interested in
Okay.
seeing who we do have a relationship with. I love the idea of having a presentation case or something that kind of showcases our awards. This is only the beginning. I know that there'll be a few more coming down the pipe. So if we have something that kind of showcase, hey, this is what we do, this is who we are, I think that would be great. I'm kind of curious about the, 47% of our Cordova students that dropped. And do you have a feeling it might be working to help out the families? Would it be transportation?
Well, transportation I took care of when I took over this program 5 years ago. And I
Okay.
used the Cordova vans because, thank you, the city of Rancho Cordova, we have beautiful
Right.
vans. And then I pay for the gas for the
Okay.
vans. And I have 2 going, and I think I might need 3 on Tuesday vans.
Right.
Because of the request. So I did not want transportation to be a reason, especially the Cordova High School. Because we have a in-person high school class that's part of this, from 4 to 7 p.m. at Vista Del Lago. So we pick up at Cordova, take them all to Vista and back. Their
Good.
parents are working, their parents are busy, they can't do it. In construction, I have a lot of contractors that would love to work with our kids, and out of our construction program, they go to work for 40 hours a week and get paid in the summer. They'd like to do this, but they need the money, they need to help their families as well, some of
Sure.
them. And so they're working full-time in the summer. So that's one reason they're not doing it. The others, it's just, I even changed one engineering schedule because she had summer school in the morning. So we're starting summer school on Monday, we're gonna pick her up in the afternoon, and then we changed instead of a 2-day a week, we're gonna do them all afternoons. So I will accommodate and be very flexible with the students.
Okay.
I just think what my experience, and I come from Title I schools, is it's the fear of the unknown. And so That's what I've got to do better. And that's what I tried to bring in, besides all these adults telling you, and bring the students that have done this themselves and had these opportunities and talk to them. And it's just going to take time. We're making progress, but it's going to take time. But I want to do better, a lot better.
Okay, great, thank you. And I know you talked about the students going to Folsom Lake College over off of Folsom. Is that part of the Promise program, or is that something totally separate?
It's totally separate, and it's something that the college has done on their own and reached out to Cordova. And
Okay.
again, it's outside of the school day, so it's not impacting
Now, do
our
those
boys.
students know about our Promise program? Especially
I
for
sure hope
Rancho?
so.
Okay.
I ask every student I talk to, and a lot don't. So I have really talked to the council. I said, we have to do a better job. I will tell them everything. And it's not just the financial backing. And again, this is my experience with Title I students. They need the support.
Support.
They need to be shown the way. They may not know anyone that's done these things before.
Sure.
And so it's hard to be the first. It's really hard to be the first. So the support that they got in tutoring, in their academic counseling and other counseling, I think that really helps that transition to college. Because as we know, it's not high school. It's a whole nother level. And it's easier not to do it than to do it.
Right. And the last, a couple of more things. I know that Board Member Short talked about marketing and outreach, and I know, Sarah, you're going to get in touch with Shelley at the Cordova Community Council. It'd be a great idea to have it at a luncheon instead of in front of their board or anything, but at a Cordova Community Luncheon.
Okay.
That way the community will see, hey, we're doing some good things at Cordova, because they don't know. They really don't. So I think that would be a good idea. And on top of that, the CTE programs that do the reporting, maybe they should come to a board meeting and do a presentation on their different ones that they're doing, like the culinary.
That's a good idea.
I like their business tech. I mean, I think the board as a whole needs to see that, absolutely. So those are just my suggestions.
That's a
But
great idea.
thank you, Alicia. It was a
You're
great presentation.
welcome.
All right.
Yes, Tim, go ahead.
Thank you. Just one question on page 10. There was the mention of the information computer technology as something that we want to maybe push into.
Right.
I think you mentioned we have one AP computer science course currently. Is that correct?
We do not have any computer science, ICT, information and communication technologies courses at Cordova High School.
Okay. So
We have the Business and Technology Academy, which integrates some Microsoft Office Suites programs. But we have no coding, web design, cybersecurity, AI, IoT, any of that there.
Okay.
And we need to.
Superintendent, just for clarification, are we basically covering 1 and 2, the CTE next steps, STEAM next steps, or is this just an introductory to that discussion?
This is more of an introductory, and we have another presentation specific to the STEM and STEAM at elementary and middle.
Okay, then I'll reserve my comments and my questions and ideas until I guess we're finished and we're further into the program.
Mr. President?
Yeah.
Just to follow on Mr. Huey's question, I recall in the past we did have some programming, but was that in Folsom? I think we had.
We have it at Folsom and Vista,
We
yes.
have it at Folsom, but we don't have it in Rancho. Okay. Thank you.
Actually, I'll take it back. There is one thing I'll just add right now, because my colleagues have mentioned it. I do 100% agree that marketing is something that I think we can work on a more targeted approach. Honestly, I learned some things here too, just watching the presentation. I'm like, I didn't know we were doing that. I think that, marketing can sometimes be an afterthought, because we're doing all this, spending all of our time and energy putting together such great programs. We need to, also toot our own horn for these programs with the public as well. I would argue internally with staff and teachers and students and parents. And I don't know if there's a way we could maybe even leverage a marketing class. I assume we have marketing classes that maybe we can challenge the students to develop a marketing program for our great programs that we have. whether it's web-based, I think, there are still some old-fashioned people who do like, the old-fashioned paper as well. But, maybe a combination of something that's online as well as paper that promotes our programs and educates people so that people are aware of it and can take advantage of it. Because we can have the greatest programs in the world, but if people don't know we have them, then people aren't going to be able to take advantage of them, so.
I appreciate that. And the other realization is that we have to translate this in different languages because I know at Mills, it's 1 out of 3 students are English language learners, which means they take 2 English classes. That happens at the high school. Sometimes they have 2 English, 2 math classes. There's not room to take a pre-CTE or a STEM class in their schedule. So that's something with the communications when I've taught, and I work closely with Angela and her department, is we have to translate all of this too and get it to where the parents, because they're not all on Instagram. So how we can get it to them.
Mr. President,
yeah.
Before you move forward, something just popped into my mind about marketing. Have we worked with the media at all, local TV stations, maybe get a couple of commercials or 2 on there to maybe attract other kids into the district, into these CTE programs?
No, that's a great idea. We've had it, and when we invite them to events that we have, and sometimes, unfortunately, if it's not in the early morning, then they don't want to come because they start their early mornings at 3 or 4 in the morning. But I think that's a good idea. Ask them if they would do that as a public service announcement.
Board Member Gal, did you have any?
I just had a question about, is participation in a CTE pathway a requirement to take part in the preceptorship program?
Yes, it is, because it is funded by a CTE grant, the CTE incentive grant.
Are there any CTE courses that aren't offered at Cordova that might be necessary or a part of a requirement for a preceptorship program, like computer science, or are there any preceptorship programs related to those? I'm so sorry. Okay.
At Cordova High School?
Yeah, or just around the district.
They have to be in one of the CTE programs that we have in one of the classes. So if they were, let's say they're a VAPA, Visual and Performing Arts student, and they're in drama or music programs, then that wouldn't qualify them. Because those electives, those 65 electives towards their 220 to graduate are in electives. They could be in CTE, they could be in VAPA and other things. But for the preceptorship, you have to be 11th grader going into 12th grader and have been in a CTE course or completed a CTE course because it's a little different vista. Some of them may complete them, by their junior year.
Okay, so the pathways, are there any pathways, like any preceptorship programs that are related to a pathway that aren't offered there?
No, because let's say, for example, you were in the construction pathway, but you said, I really want to get into government, and I'm really interested to see how maybe county assessors work. I will go find you a county assessor, and I will place you. So I have had placed students that wanted to go into, be cosmetologists and go into beauty school. We don't have a pathway. We don't have the demand for that. It has to be a high demand in the workforce, high skill, high wage. And so I went out and worked with Paul Mitchell and secured both students, and one of them now is a cosmetologist in Folsom because of this program. So I will work to find whatever the student wants. Sometimes I don't understand what they want, but I'll figure it out. So astrophysicist last year, so I had to really figure out what I was going to do with that. It took me a few minutes. So yes, I will work to place. You don't have to come from, I want to do this. Maybe you want to do auto or something else we don't offer. I'll go out there and make it happen. I've placed 100% of all students each year I've done this.
And Board Member Hoover?
First of all, big shout out to Alice and Rhea for being here on a Saturday on your summer break. So thanks for being here today. I really appreciate this presentation. I wanted to ask you, so it was really enjoyable to kind of tour some of these other programs at Del Campo and Casa Robles. And what would you say? I mean, so our video production CTE pathway that we're looking at doing, is that going to be modeled somewhat after the one at Del Campo, or what is kind of the thoughts on that?
Well, we're not starting from scratch. So the teacher, Josh Krieger, has already had a program there at Cordova and been very successful. We're just going to elevate it and change it to a digital video, and then wanting to get him the equipment that he needs to be to the next level. But I liked the stage or whatever they would call it, that setup. That was pretty nice. So that's something we'd like to do. And we have funding for it, so just for him in this program.
How would you say that Folsom Cordova programs currently kind of compare to the surrounding offerings, like just in terms of CTE specifically?
and I'm on record. These are my friends. We're awesome.
Okay.
And that's why I had mentioned to Dr. Collegian,
Yeah.
you need to come see what we're doing, and especially what Matt's crew is going to do with the D-Wing at Cordova.
Yeah.
I don't want to pick out specific things and say, but
And she's being really humble right now, but Ms. Cadell, how much have you applied and received to help augment our CTE programs through your grants?
we're over 14.6 million right now.
It's amazing. Yeah, that's amazing. Seriously.
More to come, so.
That deserves a lot of recognition, and we obviously know what we have at our Folsom High campus as well. Our new equipment there as well, so it's amazing. So thank you for all the work you're doing. I wanted to ask on the dual enrollment. Do we have any numbers on like percentage of kids that are participating right now on dual enrollment programs?
In our district?
In our district. Our students?
We don't have any agreements that I'm aware of at this time. We've worked with principals like Mrs. Moore at Vista, and there's so many different models, of how a dual enrollment can be rolled out. And that's why we want to start with the general MOU. So right now, it's outside of this school day because it's going to be very different if it's a 4x4. And then there's a lot of work that Mr. Ogden's been doing with the collective bargaining agreements on both sides too. So it's just many, many layers to get the program. But that's at articulations. It's kind of the same. If they get the articulations, it's still the college credits.
So a student, could they do it on their own right now? Could they get permission to do some sort of, or are you just saying it's not?
No, there's the program that's always been, it just skipped my mind, it's not extended, but it's advanced, enriched student or advanced student with the community colleges in California. I think it's a 3.0 GPA requirement, and with dual enrollment's 2.7. And we have a lot of students taking, especially in the Folsom side of the house, a lot of students that take those in the summer. And in my preceptorship program, especially because they're still online at the community colleges, they're taking them this summer and doing the preceptorship.
Well, I love the idea of this early college credit program, especially with our campus, the Folsom Lake campus there in Rancho Cordova. I mean, I think it's an excellent way to get a head start on college. So, and save some money while you're at it, to be honest with you.
And they're committed to us.
That's awesome. So, and then my last question, because I did also have some questions on the STEM and STEAM stuff, but I'll save those. Let's see. What's the timeline on the needs analysis that you're looking to do for CTE offerings, and what are the?
Well, we need to do it pretty early, because if we're going to do any new courses, those have to go to CAC and come to the board by December. So I would like to do this by October.
Okay.
So we have it.
That's great.
Early fall, really look at what we have this year. You never know, school starts with the master schedule and the sections. People come at the end kind of sometimes, what we have then. So I think September, October, really go down and look at this and make plans for the next year. But I know we have that December due date for CAC, so.
Thank you.
And Mr. Clark, you said
Yeah, I did. I had one more. Alicia, I'm sorry. I had one more question. What about our students with disabilities? Are we working with them who have an interest in the CTE program, i.e. maybe Pride Industries? I'm trying to think. I think Salvation Army had one as well. Do we have direct connections with those folks?
We don't now. Many of our students, we have a high percentage of special ed students in all of our CTE pathways at all of our schools. But for working with the community, with those nonprofits, we don't yet.
Okay. All right.
I will look into it.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you very much for that presentation. So Superintendent, I guess next on the presentation list is?
Yes, next we have a brief presentation on our elementary schools that feed into our middle schools. If you recall, we talked a lot about Mitchell Middle School and the schedule and programs offered there through the middle years program. So our focus is to look at our feeder programs into Mills and also Mitchell too, to see what we have and what we might want to augment in the future. And Dr. Huber is going to share a presentation on that.
Boy, Alicia's a hard act to follow. So this is just really to come back to where we ended with the board in terms of we had the. Okay. Is that better? Yes. Okay. I eat my microphone. So when we ended, we stopped earlier in the year. We had gone through the pieces around Mitchell in terms of the IB and returning them to the 7-period day so that the school is fully IB once again. All middle school students are IB students at Mitchell for the coming school year. And then also the following board meeting, we had Mills come to give their presentation on kind of the direction they were headed and the things that they were thinking. And so just, again, we wanted to come back to share with the board where our thoughts are and where we are in those conversations. So the first thing we wanted to share simply was the feeder patterns. And so these are the elementary schools on the Rancho Cordova side of the district that feed into our 2 middle schools. And as you can see, we do have 2 schools that are somewhat thematic or headed in that direction. We obviously have Riverview, which for the majority of the students that go to Riverview feed into Mitchell Middle School. And then Mr. Bliss and his team had begun the work right before COVID hit to become a STEAM-centered school, and that work is starting to accelerate again. And Cordova Gardens obviously feeds into Mills Middle School. Peter J. Shields and Rancho Cordova Elementary are actually 2 elementary schools that feed into both. And I just put the notation there at the bottom in terms of it just depends on what the house number is as to what school those 2 schools feed into. So those are our feeder patterns for the middle schools. Next slide. And so in terms of talking with, our focus now is on Mills. And in talking with Mills, the idea is to spend this coming year working with the Mills team on their program, but then also to start working with all the elementary feeders to Mills to identify 2 more elementary that might become thematic in terms of either a STEAM or a STEM program that we would start working on with those faculty and administration as well. And so this coming school year, the focus would be, again, to continue working with the Mills faculty, staff on their programs, but then also start to engage the elementary schools so we identify fairly early, by, I would say, easily before we go to winter break, the 2 elementary schools that might be interested in also becoming STEAM and STEM or STEM focused. And then also, obviously, that little note there at the bottom, as we're marching, into the future and we're looking at growth, the new schools that we will be having coming online, those are also opportunities for us to create those schools around either innovative programs or specific thematic ideas that are, popular within our community or projected to have strong job growth in the future. Next slide. So in terms of just to kind of share the whole idea of transforming a school, especially it's almost easier to open a new school with a theme or a focus than it is to take an existing school and change it. And so there's a lot of work that goes on in that process. And we just wanted to share a few things in terms of kind of philosophy around that change. But we actually had a professional development yesterday, and one of the presenters said something that I've always really believed in throughout my career is you don't want you don't want buy-in in your schools. Buy-in gets you absolutely nothing in terms of actually creating a culture and a strong program and impacting kids. You have to have ownership. And the only way to have ownership is to really make sure that you are fully and authentically involving all folks involved at that school site in that process and in creating those programs. Next slide. And then just again to highlight a little bit in terms of managing the complex change and why we want to spend this next year working with those schools and working with middle schools and their faculties and their staffs is this actually comes from the work, and the slide cut it off. It's from Dolores Ambrose's work, and the citation should say from 1987, but this graph is used a lot, especially in relation to managing complex change in education. And so you need all these aspects in terms of actually making the change that you want at your school site. And so you need the vision, you need the skills, you need the incentives, you need the resources, and you need the action plan. And when you have all those things and they're all firing, all the cylinders are firing, you end up with the change that you and your community want. When you're missing one of those elements, then that's what if you look down that last column on the right-hand side, if you're missing your vision, you end up with confusion. If you're missing the skills, that builds anxiety in the people that are trying to pull off these changes. If you're missing the incentives, you get resistance. And then the resources equates to a frustration. And the last one simply is, if you don't have a really strong action plan that you're visiting and that everyone's aware of and being a part of, you end up with a lot of false starts and things get going and then they collapse on you. So we really want to be thoughtful and we really want to be proactive and we really want to be collaborative with all of our schools as we work towards this work over the course of the next year. Next slide, please. So our next steps for Mills and the feeder schools is obviously we'll be working with Mills faculty around programs and curriculums and, you know, quote unquote school branding. We know that they want to be STEM focused, but there's a bunch of different ways that could look in terms of where we actually end up. We'd like to visit at least 2 middle schools. I've actually talked to the county office to help us identify a couple schools, hopefully in the state of California, that look like Mills, but that are thematically STEM or STEAM schools. So we'd like to go visit a couple schools with the faculty and staff from Mills. We also obviously are going to be working with Rancho Elementaries that feed into Mills to identify 2 that would be interested and excited about working towards a STEM or STEAM theme. We'd like to have the board proposals by March of this coming school year. And then the Mills programs would begin implementation in the fall of 2023. And the elementary schools would again kind of go down the path that we've been spending this coming school year on with Mills. That would be their work the following year, and they would end up opening fully as a STEAM or STEM schools the fall of 2024. So that we just want to kind of give you a roadmap of the work that we plan on engaging with our schools as we move, in this direction.
Board questions? Mr. Short.
I like your matrix about the implementation, the incentives, the resources. And speaking of resources, I know we're going to be talking about our budget and what in just the next phase, just a ballpark, you don't have to be exact, what type of incentives and resources that we need? I know money for one, and then I know it's more money to, like you said, transition an existing school than like we did Riverview. It was just all at once, which was a lot easier, right? So
yeah.
In a school site. So what is your thoughts there?
So a lot of things are the professional development, time for faculty to work together and collaborate. Right. All those pieces in terms of, again, really, the reason I really like to go to that chart is, when I became an educator, I came from the business world. And I had a real business mindset when I became an educator. And originally things frustrated me really quickly in terms of, we would just snap the fingers and, hey, this is the direction we're going and we're going to go there. Yeah. And that just does not work in education, because educators, we don't work with widgets. We work, our product is people, is children. And so there really has to be that investment in terms of the human resources on campus. And so that's what we're thinking of in terms of really the time for faculty and staff to work together and the proper training in terms of what they identify is really critical to help moving that work forward.
So development, training.
Professional development, training, specific resources depending on what they're looking at. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And the time.
Okay. Oh, yeah, of course. Thanks.
I have a couple of questions. And I guess one is more of a theoretical question. I don't know if anybody has a crystal ball to say what would have happened, but if Riverview had never ceased operations and then rebooted as a STEM academy, do you think it would be as successful as it is today? If we had just transitioned it from an elementary school to the STEM academy?
It's hard to say one way or the other because, one of the conversations we had was you also need strong neighborhood schools, right? Yeah. It's actually not in our best interest to try to have every elementary school is a thematic school because that also doesn't work for all students, and so if we had reopened it and it was simply a strong elementary school with a strong committed faculty, staff, and a strong administrative leadership, then I think it could be just as successful as Riverview is now. I mean, obviously Riverview is super successful. We're very proud of that program. But I think, you could still have a really strong just neighborhood school there too if the right people were on the campus. It all comes down to the people that are at the school.
Now, you touched upon the fact that Riverview is not a neighborhood school anymore. Students choose to go there. Students fill out, an application. It's first come. It's a lottery, first come, first serve. Or how does that operate?
It's a lottery if they get to that point. But the majority of the students at Riverview still aren't neighborhood kids. The majority are.
Oh, the majority are. Okay.
Yes.
Although we do attract people from
absolutely
out of district as well.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. Okay. And actually, I appreciate, your comments that we can't have all thematic schools. I mean, that's one of my fears when I see, those unidentified schools, the two identified schools to be STEM or STEAM. I mean, are we trying to recreate what we created at Riverview? And if we are, we may be very disappointed at the outcomes because, if every school was a STEM school, then I think we're losing students who are not engaged in that type of curriculum.
I couldn't agree with you more. And that's one of the reasons that you want the full participation of the faculty and staff, because they know the neighborhood the best. And so, I mean, that is who you want to engage. It really becomes problematic when things get done kind of in a top-down manner, or we're going to direct you to do something, because a lot of times we don't have all the information that school has. And so they absolutely are critical to part of that process. That's why it's so important to take your time and do this in a collaborative manner if you really want to end up someplace. I mean, that is how Riverview was created. And that's one of the reasons it's so successful, is the time was put in and everyone at that school is involved in that process.
Yeah, I do get worried sometimes, and maybe it's human nature, that, we try to be all things to all people, and it's just not possible from my experience. In fact, I think organizations that try to be all things to all people end up failing their mission. And that's why, and I mentioned at a prior board meeting when Mills came in for their presentation, I know I've heard in the past the idea, well, we could institute IB at Mills as well. And, I guess personally am not a big fan of that. I think we should have our middle school that is IB focused, not STEM focused, and we should have our STEM school that's STEM focused, not IB focused. And, let people self-select. If they're interested in the IB type of programming, then they choose to go to Mitchell. If they're interested in the STEM-related programming, then they go to Mills. And, this kind of dovetails with what we were talking about earlier with marketing. I mean, one way to market a school is to change its name. And I, again, just myself here speaking, but, I personally think we seriously should look at if Mills is committed, if we're committed to making Mills a STEM school, then we should change its name to Mills STEM Academy to reinforce that. I mean, that's a very public way of marketing your school by having its brand, its mission articulated in its name. Much the same way that I would remarket Mitchell as the Mitchell IB Academy, International Baccalaureate Academy, for the very same reason. I mean, is there any discussion in potentially looking at a rebranding of the school names?
I think that it would be a natural part of the process. When Mitchell became IB, all of our materials became Mitchell, an International Baccalaureate School. Yep. And so that is, I mean, we plastered that everywhere. And at the time there was even some, there was an ad up on the billboard on Highway 50. There was all sorts of marketing that was done to kind of project that. So it very much comes kind of organically from that whole process that you're working through. But yeah, there'd be no reason, not to do that if that's what the faculty and staff decided was best for the school, to kind of trumpet that change, that this is who we are now. And I completely agree with what you just said in terms of you can't be all things to all people, but we do also want some commonality in terms of all the elementary schools, whether they had the STEM theme or they were just, or they were a neighborhood elementary school, there has to be enough commonality that when all the kids get to Mills or all the kids get to Mitchell, it feels like home. What we don't want, and we have had this, and that's one of the things that started this conversation at the district level, because right before COVID hit, Ms. Allerman and I had gone to talk with Ms. Kerrigan and their staff just to start the conversation of, does Mills want to be an IAB school? Because some of the feedback from students was, man, the Mitchell kids get to Cordova and they really know what's going on because it feels like Mitchell. And then the Mills kids didn't have that same experience. And so whatever we do, and that's one of the things, one of the big parts of this process too, is the horizontal articulation between Mitchell and Mills, the horizontal articulation between all elementary schools, so that there is enough commonality that when the kids end up at the next level, it feels like home. And no matter where you went as your elementary, or where you went as your middle school, when you get to Cordova, it feels like home.
Is there, if we go down this path of making Mills into a STEM academy, Would there be discussion about rerouting Riverview to Mills instead of Mitchell?
I mean, we could. There's the thing that is that we're choice, right? I mean, so there are Riverview kids that decide to go to Mills because, yeah, I mean, so that is absolutely an option. Even right now, that's absolutely an option. They can go wherever they like. So, yeah, but that wouldn't be an issue at all.
Let's see. All right, those are my questions for right now. Any other board members?
Yeah, Mr. President, just one quick question, Jim. Are we working at all with Project Lead the Way in these steps, action steps?
Yes.
I know it wasn't mentioned, but I was just
No,
curious.
but so far, Project Lead the Way still is somewhat the program at the middle school level. I know there might be other things that we look at. There might be some other opportunities, and that would be part of the discussion is, I don't think we'd be ready to say absolutely it will be Project Lead the Way, but it's one of the things that would absolutely be considered in terms of what would be the program that Mills would offer as they became a STEM school.
Perfect, thank you.
Actually, since this is a workshop, I would love to see an informal poll of the board related to the naming of schools. Are we generally, the board, open if staff came forward with a recommendation for changing a school's name to align with its core curriculum? Is that something that the board would generally see as something they would support?
Just like Riverview, it was an organic thing. And it went to the board and we all agreed.
Yeah, I'd have no problem with it.
If that's what comes about.
Sure.
Yeah, all right.
I'm happy to look at it, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to, at least give the staff some, consensus of, is the board open to that type of concept rather than just David Reed interested in that concept?
Yep.
Okay.
That makes sense.
I guess next presentation then. And by the way, we are going to get to public comment on this topic. I just wanted to make sure that we get all the presentations in first. Is that, you have?
Well, and the third one is talking about the facilities, the master plan, but also programmatically the build out of south of 50 and the timeline. So I'd asked Mr. Washburn to prepare a couple slides on that.
So would this be perhaps a good time to take public comment on STEM and STEAM?
I think it
Okay,
would be.
all right.
Yeah.
Is there any public comment on our STEM and STEAM programs? Yeah, I guess we can take it virtually as well.
We have one.
We have one, okay. If you want us to bring them in.
They can't hear me, so I'm going to give you the name. Debbie?
Oh, Debbie. We have Debbie, who would like to comment on our STEM and STEAM programs. Are you there?
Her microphone is on.
Can you hear me, Debbie?
It's turned on.
All right, I guess we'll see if we can get Debbie back on. Yes, please come up and state your name and share your thoughts.
Hi, so my name is Laura Lancetal. Thank you for being here today and listening to me. I came as a teacher, but I had to listen to this and had to comment about as a parent. I live in Rancho Cordova. I'm a parent. My daughter went to Rancho Cordova schools. She started out at Cordova Gardens, which at the time was a Spanish emergent or magnet program. She moved over to Mather Academy, where Angie Carlomagno was the principal. She went to Mitchell with the IB program, and she is now at Rancho Cordova High. So I am actually one of those parents who do know about all of the programs. And I am extremely proud and have never heard about from the CTA coordinator, Alicia, but thank you very much. That program and the programs that they are offering are amazing, and my daughter has been in many of them. So not only can a student go into that in a freshman and come out following it all the way through, I really appreciated that she has the opportunity to try different things. So she has spent 2 years in the Business Academy. She has spent 2 years in the FFA. She has done the IB program courses. And now, because of all of those things that are coming in for the, the medical fields, she is interested in trying that out now. So just as a parent perspective, that is amazing. As I come up here as a teacher and and a parent, I will probably, hopefully at some time, speak about K through 2 education and how I see that coming into all of the things that you are talking about and the amazing things that are being done. So thank you so much for focusing on Rancho, and thank you for all of the programs that you are providing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And I think I heard Debbie. Are you back with us, Debbie?
Yes, hi, thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you, board. This is Debbie from FCEA. I just wanted to piggyback a little bit on what Dr. Huber was talking about. You know, when we're looking at the STEM and STEAM programs, as you know, I'm passionate about those programs going in to CTE, and Alicia does an amazing job. We really need to focus on the design method for problem solving. And I think, you know, that's one of the things that makes Riverview so successful. And I know Mills, in their Project Lead the Way program, everything is through design as well. But I just want us to keep that in mind. It's a way of problem solving, not just in engineering, but in all things STEM and in STEAM, because you can't have STEM without the art. And so I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Debbie. Any other members of the public like to speak on STEM or STEAM? Or CTE? Okay. Before we move to facilities and programmatic master planning, any final comments by the board?
I've got a few questions.
Yeah, sure.
Comments. So let's see here. It sounds like we're still in process here, so, you know, we're going to be hearing more, I'm guessing, about this at future meetings and
throughout the year.
Okay. So I kind of want to get a feel from staff, or, you know, anyone really, what we're keying in on more, STEM versus STEAM, because, you know, I think while I understand the movement to go to STEAM, and obviously the arts are a big priority, I do think that STEM is very specific to certain things, and for a reason, you know, and I've never been a huge fan of the addition of the A, not because I don't like the arts. I just think it's a separate, you know, it should be a separate emphasis. And so is there a way that staff is leaning, or is there a kind of like, I don't know, is there a consensus or is disagreement or what?
I wouldn't say there's disagreement. I think we're too early to say for sure. I would say probably, if I had to, and you can correct me, Alicia, if you think I'm incorrect, I think they're probably leaning a little more towards STEM at Mills.
Yeah.
With the idea of maybe STEAM being at the elementary levels,
Okay.
because then, you know, elementary kids are getting a more of that, again, that touch in the arts.
Yeah.
Because then also, that also might play into their thinking around, well, I might go to Mitchell then, if I'm leaning more toward arts, because maybe Mitchell has a little bit more of the arts program, at least maybe visual. You know, both schools have strong music programs, performing arts. So I wouldn't say that. And that could change also through the process. I mean, that's the piece, you know, is really working with faculty and staff. It's amazing where you think you're going in one direction, and all of a sudden, for whatever reason, you end up someplace else.
Yeah.
From the data, you're talking with your community, et cetera. But I would say right now, STEAM at the elementary level, STEM at Mills is probably the direction.
Yeah, I think because to David's point too, you know, I think when I hear the word STEAM, I think of that. Are we trying to do too many things? Are we trying to be everything to all people? And sometimes I think it can, if you try to do too much, it can actually detract from, you know, keying in on a few key areas. And I think STEM is a key area where I think, you know, we actually need more in Rancho Cordova of those opportunities, especially seeing the success and the popularity of the Riverview program, right? Is there any plans to make any of these elementary schools non-neighborhood schools at this point, or you think is staff similar to the Riverview model, or is staff thinking that they'll continue to be neighborhood schools?
Well, I think we would follow the Riverview model in terms of they would primarily serve the students of their neighborhood. Right. But again, in terms of, you know, if they had a specific theme that kind of didn't resonate with a student from the neighborhood, a student from the neighborhood might choose do a choice to a different,
To a
school that
different
didn't, that didn't have that theme. So, but I think we would probably look to follow the same kind of model that we have in Riverview in terms of, it's a community
Okay.
school,
Yeah.
but others from outside could definitely choice there or transfer to our district.
Yeah, and just to clarify, because I've toured Riverview and the majority of those kids are from Rancho Cordova, and I believe they have a priority. Rancho Cordova kids have priority at Riverview, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure that continues as well. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
And actually, just to touch on something that Mr. Hoover said, just because if you have a STEM school, it doesn't mean that art is not taking place in that school.
Right.
It could be a vigorous art program, even though it's just a STEM school.
Absolutely.
I almost wonder, again, this goes back to marketing, public's perception of the programs, STEM versus STEAM. I must admit, I have a perception in my mind of a STEM program versus a STEAM program, and one in my mind is much more rigorous than the other. I could be completely wrong about that. It's just my perception. And I wonder if we might want to figure out what is considered the, if you will, the more prestigious name. It doesn't mean we can't incorporate other things into that school, but from a marketing standpoint, we should think about that before we start calling a school, either a STEM or a STEAM school.
Yeah, and like I said, I would really advocate for letting that happen organically through that process. And when everyone's involved, that'll come through.
Yeah, okay. All right, wonderful. All right, so unless there's any other comments, we will go to the next facilities and programmatic master planning.
Okay, and I'll ask Mr. Washburn to share his presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm going to talk about the future of the future development, where all the schools are located, future schools when they're planning on opening all the development areas. This is kind of a map. It's kind of hard to tell, but this is the development area south of Highway 50. I'll kind of give you a little bit of orientation. This is the El Dorado County line. This is Highway 50. This is coming down Sunrise. This is Grant Line Road comes up White Rock Road. This is the new White Rock Expressway right here. This is Elk Grove boundary. This is Elk Grove down here. This is the Anatolia area right here. So we have six major development areas. This is the Folsom planning area right here. You're probably all familiar with that, which is south of Folsom. East Placerville Road, right here is Prairie City Road. This is White Rock Expressway. This is the Folsom planning area, and I'll get into more detail of that. Our elementary school, Mangini Ranch, is right here. And coming over, this is called Glenboro. This first we have Easton, which is right here. Our district office is right in this area here. This is the unincorporated area of the county. So this would be county property right here. This is the Easton, which is more commercial, high density. Then you come over to Glenboro. This is coming into the Aerojet property, which is the development area that is going to be coming up here pretty soon. I'll get into that. Actually, I was wrong. This is Easton over here. This is all Glenboro. This is the Easton area right here. Hazel comes in right here. This is the part of it's also between the county and the city of Rancho Cordova. Coming down here is the Westboro. It's another future area within the Aerojet area. And then coming down here, this is Rio del Oro. This portion here is owned by Elliott Homes, and then this portion here is owned by Aerojet. So that's just kind of give you the orientation of the 30-something thousand new homes that are coming into this area. So as I mentioned, this is Folsom planning area. 3,500 acres. We have over 11,000 homes and over 5,000 students in this area. As I mentioned, Mangini Ranch is right here. The next elementary school plan is right here. And we have other elementary schools here. This is the Russell Ranch area. And then we have a elementary school here, middle school here, elementary school here, and the high school's planned here. This is White Rock Road. This area is planned, as Mangini Ranch, opened last August. We are already planning the second elementary school, which is forecasted to open in August of 24. We already have 530 students at Mangini Ranch, so as you can tell, the kids are coming fast and furious. We were a little surprised by the yield of elementary kids coming from homes that are a little higher price point. We thought we might get more move up, but I think a lot of the Bay Area people, a lot of people coming in. So my colleagues in Rockland and Roseville are finding the same thing. They're getting a lot more younger kids coming out of these high price point homes. So not sure if that'll continue, but it seems to be the trend right now. And then we have 3 future elementary schools planned. The middle school right now, based on absorption rates, is 20, 30, 31, and the high school is 28, 29, based on absorption rates. We also have to look at existing capacity of our existing schools, make sure those are filled before we open up new schools. We don't want to end up opening schools when we have existing capacity. That becomes an operational issue, and then Sean gets mad at me. The Rio del Oro area, which I mentioned, that's the area that is south of White Rock Road down to Douglas Road to the south, and then Sunrise to the east, or to the west, excuse me. Over 12,000 homes. This is actually our largest area. It's even larger than the Folsom planning area with over 6,500 students. Currently, we have Elliott Homes is building into the western portion of that area. They already have model homes going in. We have 6 elementary schools, 2 middle schools, and 1 high school planned for that area. First elementary school is 2930. One thing I want to point out is even though they're starting building now, Elliott Homes is a developer builder. A lot of these, like Westland is a developer in Folsom planning area. They'll develop large portions and then they'll sell to mini builders. So they may sell 5 or 6 builders that build 150, 200 homes per year. So you're getting 1,000 homes per year. Whereas Elliott Homes builds and develops, and they may only build like 150 or so per year. So it takes a lot longer in those areas for the schools to be needed as opposed to an area that's developed and a lot of builders building at one time. The Glenboro area, which is directly to the adjacent to the west of or the east of the district office, goes over to Prairie City Road to the east. That encompasses the whole Aerojet area right here. They've had entitlements for many years. They say they're going to be starting construction or infrastructure next year and having homes after that. They have been talking about it for many years, so until I actually see dirt moving is when I'll actually believe it. So we've had a lot of projections over the years, and that would be the next development area. The Folsom planning area will serve the students from that area until our schools are built in that area. We're based on the projections that we have received from them in this last year. We're looking new elementary school in 2030. We have a development agreement with Aerojet that we signed many years ago, so that's a good thing. We have certain things in place as far as development timelines and things like that, and how they will grade the sites and bring utilities. So that's one good thing that we have in place with them. Easton Place, as I mentioned, that is the development between Glenboro and Westboro. It's more of a commercial, industrial, high-density area, kind of a downtown-type marketplace area is what they're going to be marketing in that area. We don't have a lot of kids coming out of that because it's mainly kind of downtown-type, commercial, retail. There's some high density, but we do have 500 and so kids coming through that area. That will be developed probably once Glenboro gets started. Westboro is probably the last development I would think that would get developed, and that is to the west of the Easton area, and it wraps around south of Highway 50 coming down east of Sunrise to the White Rock Road area, which would basically border the Rio del Oro area, which is this area here. Kind of a nice long stretch. As you can see, there's still over 5,000 homes there, almost 2,800 students planned for that area. We have, going back, we do have three elementary schools planned for that area. Yeah, there we go. 3 elementary schools. This is a North Douglas area. It's directly to the east of Rio del Oro. There's currently development in this area. There already is 668 homes built with another 434 homes built. These kids are included in our projections of when we need new schools, and they will attend the Rio del Oro schools when they're built, or if the secondary schools in Folsom are built, they can shoot right up White Rock Road to attend those schools. As any other student in the Rio del Oro area could attend schools in the Folsom planning area until they have secondary schools built in this area.
Matt, quick question.
Sure.
On that last slide. So you said there's 668 houses already?
Correct.
I have not been back there in a while then. So where are those students going to elementary school right now?
They're going
Navigator?
to various schools in our district. Navigator's what they're assigned to. I have to say a lot of them go to McGarvey and Sunrise because it's
closer.
It's across the street. It's close to it.
So they're doing interdistrict
transfers for various reasons. And we spend a lot of time looking at a lot of data where these kids go. And I think, working with Jim's team, I think we need to identify where students are going and why, and that will help maybe drive some of these programs to attract some of these students into our schools. So those are some of the things we'll look at. They do go to our schools, but they do go to those schools as well.
When they go to McGarvey, are they going back into our school for middle school?
They go to our middle schools, and they go to others. There's not a lot of middle school kids in that area, mostly elementary kids,
Okay.
but they do go to our middle schools and as well as other areas.
And
but there's no secondary school in Elk Grove either, so that it's kind of dispersed out with areas, but they're probably more attracted to come back to our middle schools, especially some of the programs that might be attracted for those areas.
And what's the closest land that has been earmarked for FCUSD school to this development right now? Is it in the development?
No, I'll go back to the beginning map here and I'll show you. So the North Douglas area is right there. And the area that schools they'd be going to are right. Those are the closest schools. So they have schools right next to them. It's just it'll be a while before those are to be developed. But they are assigned, they could go to Mather, they could go to Navigator. This is the Anatolia area, so it's pretty close to where they're at.
So the blue...
Actually, it's right there.
The blue is the future school sites?
Yes.
All right, and so not within their development, but right in the Rio del Oro across the border, that it looks like...
That's North Douglas, right? Yeah.
Okay.
It's right this area. I had the
When
wrong
are
area.
those designated to be built?
These are out of ways. I'll kind of show you. These are over 10 years away because the development in this area is over here first because Elliott's building first.
Slowly.
So this is a huge Amazon area coming in. So there's going to really start driving development as that comes in. Elliott is starting construction right now, right here. If you drive out there, I kind of drove some people out there illegally, but that's where the model homes are right now. And then they're going to stretch down here. This school here will serve this area.
Yeah.
The problem is Aerojet is just taking a long time to develop, and this is their area. Once they start developing in this area, then they'll probably sell off to builders.
Yeah, if once they do that, it will just go crazy.
Once it goes, it's just
that's where
win. Yeah.
I guess I was just surprised that that 650 rooftops could be built and not have an elementary school identified in its near vicinity being built or...
Well, they have a school identified, their home school, but
right.
It's not
close.
It would be operationally justified to build an elementary school for 150 or so kids. It's just you couldn't.
Is that how many kids are being produced by the 650 rooftops?
Roughly, probably somewhere around there. Yeah.
Okay. Right.
I mean, it's not a lot of kids, but they have to, and they do. They go to some of our schools and they go all over. It's kind of no different than I'd say any other development area. Folsom planning area. We had 200-300 kids before a school was built that had to go to other schools as well. It's the same here. The problem here is that schools being built are much further out than the horizon of the ones in Folsom planning area because they're building 1,000 homes a year. So you're generating a school every couple of years. When you only build, 150, 200 homes a year, it takes 5 to 10 years before you're going to get a school. So it's longer out.
Okay.
So that's where I think we need to look at creatively, okay, if we have those kids, what's going to attract those kids to go to our schools as opposed to other schools? And those are kind of creative ideas that, you know, we can work with CNI and all those and kind of figure out maybe some creative programs in schools.
Okay. Sorry for interrupting your.
No, it's a good question. I mean,
yeah.
it's very difficult when you have this, and that's the problem with this whole area, as you can tell. I mean, it is so linear all the way out here. It stretches out. I mean, if you had a nice development that was like this in one area, like Folsom Planning Area, they're developing it all at one time. They're developing all this. They're moving this way. They're heading this way. You typically, Empire Ranch was that way. You start developing, you build a school, you develop, you build a school, you have your attendance areas, the whole area, and then, you know, it's going to get trickier. Now our next school's built, so now all of a sudden we create an attendance area. You know, that's the part of growth, but it's exciting, but at the same time, it creates challenges. I feel, you know, this challenging when you have an isolated development out in the middle of nowhere. There's nothing anywhere around it for a school that is in our district, but that's a result of, not our doing. We try to do the best we can, and we provide transportation as well, which is an advantage. So if you have to go somewhere else outside the district, you would have to provide your own transportation.
Right, and I want to share while we're on this slide and just talk a minute about the fact that a lot of this development was supposed to happen years and years ago,
yeah.
right?
Absolutely.
And we project our bond issuances and our development based off of what the developers give us for new construction and new homes. And when the economy tanked and all those homes that were supposed to be built 10 years ago didn't happen, that changed the timeline and the costs associated with building schools. And so we're going to have a future presentation about all of those pieces and why, Measure M's assessment rate is what it is because of the assumptions that were projected by the developers that were given to us for issuance of the bond and the payment schedules and all of those things. And obviously a school today is significantly more expensive than a school 10 years ago to build, right? So the $750 million bond that was approved by voters isn't going to buy you as much as it once did, right? And so all of those things are factors we have to bring to all of you to make sure that our community is aware of why the rates are what they are and the timelines associated with it. Because if those houses are built out, assessed value is much higher, right? I mean, we're talking billions of dollars difference, right?
And I remember the guy said on all the committees on the school specs. And I think we're probably going to have to change all those now, right? Are we even going to change
and
those?
that's a great point because we started planning this Real Del Oro. I still remember Don Reiners called me in 2000, in the early 2000s. And we started planning this whole area in 2002. And we developed ed specs. We spent a lot of time on this high school, middle school, easing grade transition, a common administration. We have a joint use library, and we spent a lot of time. The school was going to start construction in 2012 and be done in 2014. This area was going to have thousands and thousands of homes, be halfway built out. Look where we're at now. We just started model homes. We passed the bond back in 2007, and to Sean's point, nothing happened for 13 years, 14 years, recession, everything. Well, construction's come back, and escalation kept at the same pace, 4 to 6% of construction escalation, but our ability to build is still based on the $750 million that we purchased back then. So our buying power is a lot less, but escalation continued. So that, it would have kept that pace, and we hadn't had that, it would have been a totally different story. And the North Douglas people probably got caught up in that, maybe thinking more development was going to happen in that area. So moving on, talked about the Westboro, North Douglas. So this is where the projections and when they're planning on being built. As I mentioned, Mangini Ranch is built. Folsom Planning Area, number 2, that's our second Mangini school, which we'll be bringing forth some naming, talk about naming that here soon. That's the Cargini site. It's proposed for 24-25. Then we have another one looking in the Russell Ranch area, closer to El Dorado County line. A few years right after that, we're looking at the high school 2029 opening probably. Obviously, as I indicate right here, we have to, opening dates will fluctuate depending on the rate of housing construction cash flow. We're already looking now at, what are interest rates? How does everything affect it? It's an ongoing thing. rate of development. And that's why we work constantly with the developers on getting projections based on that. Because we don't want to overextend by over planning, but yet we need to be prepared to be able to have the funds in time when we need the schools. As I mentioned earlier, Real Del Oro Elementary School, 2930, that's based on the rate of construction, which is at a slower pace in that area. Glenboro is around that same time. They say they're going to start infrastructure here in the next year, which will start building homes in that area. I anticipate selling off to builders to that point. So once they start, it could be a little faster pace, but we don't know. And then there's the middle school and then the second Real Del Oro. What I think is what's going to happen is you're going to have what's happening in Real Del Oro, the same thing that's happening in Folsom Planning Area. It's just going to be years later. And then once that pace picks up, it'll be, a school every other year or so. So just to kind of a map indicating the location. So as I mentioned, here's Mangini. So this is our school built now. This would be the next school built based on our projections now. This would be the next elementary school built right here, 27, 28. Then we come down, we're looking into, here's the, no, I'm sorry, down here. No, where am I at, Jerry? Yeah, right there. To the right, there we go. That's Navigator. This right here is the new elementary school that would be, our future high school, new elementary school area would be right in this area. This is 2930 area. And then this is the Glenboro area, 3031. High school, 2829. So as you can see, we're going to be building an elementary school every couple of years, and then towards to 2930 is when we really anticipate a lot of stuff happening between this area, and Real Del Oro. So, there's going to be a lot of things happening. And at that time, you have a lot of opportunities for these people to be able to attend schools. So that's what we have. If I entertain any questions.
You mentioned that Elliott Homes only does business 150. Is it still possible that the city or development might change their building model and go with multiple builders?
They could. I know in the
that.
past, they typically haven't done that, but I know they have had discussions about it.
Yeah.
That's their game. They're a developer builder, and they typically slow and steady. I haven't seen it, but I suppose anything's possible. They could sell off part of that property to builders as well if they develop and then sell off to builders and not build it themselves. I know they had entertained purchasing property in Glenboro years ago. They had entertained more property in the Aerojet area. If they did some stuff like that, then they perhaps they could sell off to some builders.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Questions for Matt?
Yeah, I've got a few. Well, I guess not that many. I think this is a great overview, so I appreciate it. And I know we're going to be hearing more, I'm sure, about this moving forward. I think we should probably, to make everything as confusing as possible, we should name that Russell Ranch Elementary School Empire Ranch Elementary. And then we have Russell Ranch Elementary and Empire Ranch. So, it's, that's going to be a fun one to name. So, but, I think, well, first of all, what is your take on, obviously the economy isn't necessarily going in the best direction right now. So what are you hearing? What is your take on the next few years in terms of development? Is it going to keep pace? Is it going to slow down?
We keep getting the reports, and I get different builders sending me stuff. Part of the issue we're facing now is the high cost of materials and the shortage of labor. We've heard that. They've been able to keep up, but we are starting to see some slowdown based on interest rates and the inflation.
Yeah.
Those two factors alone, there are some indicators that will slow. What we don't know is how long that'll go on. That's what, the long-term projections. I think this is a real wait-and-see type of a year to determine how that's going to go into the future. If the inflation continues, if the interest rates continue to ratchet up, I think you're going to see a natural slowdown. They're already showing right now that the homes that have been unavailable used to be, there were days, now some
Yeah.
homes are actually available online, from like a month or more.
Wow, yeah.
And instead of having, 10 or 15 people on it, now there's 2 or 3 people bidding on it. So we're already seeing signs on it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it might be a natural slowdown, but there's been such a starve for housing.
Yeah.
And because of the influx of people moving, I think it might slow down, but I don't think it's going to just come to kind of a stop like it did before.
Like it did before, yeah.
But, and the way you can't, back in the old days when you could, you breathe and you got a loan, at least nowadays there are some controls now on
right.
getting a home. So that'll naturally keep the pace at a steady pace, very manageable pace.
Is it possible these timelines get bumped back, or?
We're trying to be as conservative as possible
Okay.
rather than being as aggressive.
Okay.
We've learned that we need to be conservative because, like you said, we've got assessed valuation, tax rate, we got all those things to consider. So, if we have to, we could put more kids and we could add a couple portables for a year if we had to, but we don't want to sit there with a new school, all of a sudden we don't have the kids. So it could pick up, and we could always adapt. If we know things are picking up, we can always, ratchet our program up. But we think it's a pretty good, based on development projections that we've received. Like I said, we're constantly getting updates just to see where they're at. So
Okay. And my last question is based on, obviously, as you mentioned, all the costs are going up and it's more expensive to build a school, Sean, as you mentioned today, than it was 10 years ago. Rather than, kind of hoping that the taxpayers will eventually just, pass more bonds or whatever, what action steps are we taking to maybe make some sacrifices, reduce some costs, given the increase in costs, maybe reduce some scale or reduce some amenities or something of our future schools? Obviously, we all love beautiful schools, but, is there any discussion going on about maybe we need to pare some of this down so that we can eat those costs without, running out of money?
yeah, that's something we need to work with educationally on our educational specifications on schools, and so maybe some things that can we still get the same educational concept and quality from the school by eliminating certain things or paring down certain things. That's a discussion that we're going to have collaboratively and see what we can do. I think Folsom Cordova has done a great job of being able to provide schools and excellent educational programs and facilities that people want to go to. We're seeing people building the same design as Mangini Ranch, the single building, there's a lot of reason for now with the safety and security. That's even one reason.
Yeah.
So how do you still maintain that same collaborative, small learning space concept, safety and security, and pare down cost? We took that school to administration, to the board, and everybody, and we said there is going to be, probably a percentage increase on a cost. And we weighed the pros and cons, and we moved forward with it. Obviously, we did, cost of construction has jumped through the roof. We hope there's some correction on that. We're going to continue to work on the existing school we have and try to see how we can make it more efficient and maintain that, and then continue working with instruction. Fortunately, when you're caught up in a high growth, you don't have a lot of time between that because, right in the heels of the first one, we're right into the second one. So the second school is challenging to try to do that because we haven't even fully evaluated the first one because we haven't even had it open, just barely a year and haven't had full programs. So we'll work closely with instruction on that. We're already having discussions with them, and as we develop our ed specs in the future, that's on my mind as well. The cost of schools and how much things cost. You can't even buy the land for what we paid for a school 25 years ago.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, but it's just the way it is.
I think the security aspect too is important to continue to consider as well, though. So
it is,
which we know Mangini is probably a better model in that regard. So,
yeah.
But anyway, that's it for now.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I think also we would just speak to, when we're looking at program expansion of all-day K, that's going to be more classrooms.
Right.
We also see with special ed, we're looking at models where we need more special ed at every campus. So we have to invest in those pieces when it comes to program. That's been a piece. One of the things I've been very impressed with coming in from the outside is that one of the things they did is during the building of Mangini, we look at with the engineering of what where were cost drivers that were additional for the design and how can we redesign those things to streamline costs. So I've been very impressed with the structure that Matt and the team do on those kind of things. So we look at those pieces as well.
Great.
Sean brings up a great point. We are building the same, if we're building the same school, we have more programs. So we actually have less capacity in the same footprint because of, TK, all day K, all these other programs. We have more special ed programs. The same facility we need to build, it's going to cost more to house the same amount of kids. And that's just a result of, it's not a bad thing, but it's a result of what's happening, and we need to recognize that. We're looking at redesigning a whole TKK wing now. I just looked at a school, and they used to build like 3 classrooms for. Now we're looking at 5 or 6. It's basically a whole separate area just for that facility. The nice thing about Mangini Ranch is the ability to expand with that, because the way the restrooms are, where we have in the hallway there, and being able to have those classrooms, it's easy to convert those into those classrooms. But now we're taking away from first, second, third grade, so we're reducing the capacity in other grade levels. We're already adding TK to that school, which is going to reduce the capacity of that school as well. So those are all factors we have to take into consideration in building these schools as well, and the cost factors as well.
Thanks.
All right. Matt, question is, because this is kind of under the school visioning for Rancho Cordova. And so is there a way we could potentially accelerate our timeline for the development of a new school south of 50 in Rancho Cordova, I assume in Rio del Oro? I don't think it's, at least in my mind, it's not coincidental that charter schools have an interest in coming into Rancho Cordova south of 50 because of the lack of schools that FCUSD has south of 50. I know it doesn't have the capacity right now for these additional schools, but we will have the capacity for those future schools. And in a way, I would hate to see these charter schools, be able to establish, a strong brand because we, I hate to use the terminology, lack the foresight of building something to be competitive south of 50. And in education, I know in public education, the word competitive isn't thrown out as much as I think it should be thrown out, because this is a competitive marketplace. It is not just public schools. It is not a monopoly. I mean, we do have charter schools in the region. We do have private schools in the region. We do have home schools. I mean, we are definitely competing for students, and providing a superior product will ensure that FCUSD remains where we are on top. I often wonder, if FCUSD decided to build a secondary school, accelerate the middle school, or I don't know, a K-8 or something in the Rio del Oro, potentially we would siphon a great number of students off of Elk Grove because of the commute that it takes to go from the Elk Grove, Anatolia to the middle or high school. And so, from a competitive standpoint, could we factor that into our equation? That if we built a school that would attract students literally across the street, that's in a different school district, into our district, might that become the ability to fast track the development of a school south of 50 in Rancho Cordova? Because, I know the community in Rancho Cordova would love to see that development. And I suspect, and I could be wrong, but I suspect if we build a school in Rio del Oro, that might actually incentivize Elliott to and purchasers of Elliott properties to construct faster, because I assume a strong educational or a strong school is a selling point for a neighborhood to buy and move into that neighborhood.
So, I mean, that's a, it's a very intriguing thing to talk about. we have a lot of factors to look at. The problem that we have is, and Sean touched on that, is our funding formula and our cash flow. We have enough students to build the schools who have a yield. So we have a yield rate based on how many houses are built. When we have a certain number of students and we build that school, the number of homes that are built also increases assessed valuation, and that also goes into when we were able to sell bonds in order to pay for those schools. Building a school out of that sequence, then you have a cash flow issue. Then you have to look back, do you have to sell bonds sooner? And do you have enough assessed valuation and bonding capacity to be able to build that school? Then you attract kids from the outside. When you need that school for the development of build-up, then what do you do with those kids that are going there from the outside? Do you say, okay, sorry, now we need to house our own kids, we got to kick you out? That becomes a little bit of a challenge. That's why typically, we have 200-300 kids before we build the next school. People ask, well, gosh, I built my house, where's my school? And well, I'd love to be able to provide a school for everybody. I think the challenge you're going to face is in the future when you have that development, you need that school. We have 5 or 6 schools planned for that area, Rio del Oro. You start filling them up from the outside. It's no different than the area we had north of Folsom, Vista del Lago. We could fill that school with people going on the El Dorado County line. We could fill Folsom High interdistrict transfers. We could get way more kids into our schools just by attracting them because we have great schools. It's the same thing there, but we have to allow space for our existing kids. And our funding formula isn't built to house kids outside of the attendance area. It's great for if we have space and it helps Sean's budget, but it doesn't help for the capital facilities. And then the tax rates would have to go higher because all of a sudden we're selling bonds to build schools that we don't quite need yet. I have kind of promoted a little that I think let's look at our existing schools and how we can enhance some of those schools closer to the development area and things like that is to attract those kids. Look at Judah. We adjusted attendance areas at Judah forever to try to get people to go to Judah. All of a sudden it became academy and you can't keep people out of there. I mean, it's branding, it's a name, it's a thing like that. Same with Riverview STEM. We have kids all over our district going to Riverview STEM. I mean, you put a STEM program in, Jerry and I have gone through data, and we're throwing out crazy ideas all the time, which I'm going to spend some time talking to Jim about. But we've got some ideas too, based on where kids are going and where they're coming from. And let's look and see, where are these kids going to North Douglas, and what would keep them in our district? What would keep these middle school kids in our district if we provided certain programs? Can we convert a K-8, existing school into a K-8, and would that attract some kids? Mather Academy, could that be a K-8 school? I mean, it's close to that area. I don't know. It would house, you got some middle school and elementary kids in that area. We've got, it's a kind of a distant for an academy, but for a K-8, maybe, I don't know. Navigator, could that be a STEM school? I mean, we've got a lot of kids leaving Navigator for some reason, and we know where they're going to. Bring some of those kids in there. That's the home school for those areas, and a lot of those kids aren't going there. So those are, I kind of got off track a little bit and on a little tangent, but I think looking at that kind of maybe would be the first step. I would, if we can accelerate a school there, if we get enough kids to right on the edge, let's do it. I mean, even if some kids have to drive down from Folsom Planning Area. And once there's a high school in that Folsom Planning Area, those kids shoot right up White Rock Road, and, that's going to be pretty quick. Yeah. But it's the same with Elk Grove. We get people in Elk Grove, the same question. They don't have a middle school and a high school in their area, so everybody's kind of like, where do I go to school and what do I try to do? So I think we just kind of being creative and working together on that and trying to figure out what programs and where we might put them. And then, if we have, other funding, if, Sean has a money tree somewhere, we could advance the funding out of that somehow. But, it's a cash flow issue. It really becomes that, and a tax rate and everything else. So that was a long-winded answer to your question.
No, that was very helpful. All right. So any other questions from board? Would the public have any interest in speaking on facilities and programmatic master planning? Welcome.
Hi. Hello, I'm Casey Shingera. I've been teaching at Folsom High for 10 years now. This was not where I thought I'd be speaking, so you'll hear from me again later as well. So I am a STEAM-loving, contract-working queen. Art is rigorous. The humanities are rigorous. I encourage you to check your bias if you question that. Given that the new high school is going to be opening in 28 to 29, which is about 6 years from now, what is our plan? So I have a series of questions from the teacher and from the site perspective. FHS is currently at or near 2,800 students. We hit 3,000 before Vista opened in 2008. I was not teaching in 2008, but I understand that it was very, very tight. It was very, very crowded. What's the support plan? What's the staffing and space plan? Because Folsom's only going to get bigger in the next 6 years. With that being said, presently this coming year, we're already looking at hot seating, which is where multiple teachers share one classroom. If that's happening now, what's it going to look like in 6 years? And what's the support plan for that in the meantime? Additionally, we have classes at capacity. For most of us, our contract is 37 students a class. PE and choir, I believe, have a slightly larger contract. What's the plan there? Are we going to hire more people? Where do they go? Where on campus are they going to stay? Presently, too, our lunch lines, we frequently have kids who enter their post-lunch class late simply because they can't get through the line. More kids, longer lunch lines, lost instructional time. FCUSD says they want to recruit the best teachers. I would encourage you to say recruit and retain. And with that, please understand and recognize that great schools exist because of great teachers who run great programs. It's a people-centric experience first and always. So it does sound like you're adding more and more to our plate, and that's true of the other high schools as well. It's not just Folsom and K-12 as we extend. So given that you're adding something new to our plate, what are you taking off? What are you taking off our plate? Because the plate's getting really full. It's getting heavy. And then it was addressed here that inflation factors regarding building costs have made the dollar less strong, less buying power. Do you think that aligns with our pay? Just a thought. As inflation goes up and the value of the dollar drops, if we haven't adjusted pay for inflation, we're losing money too. So something to consider. Mostly I just have a series of questions because this was not my prepared component. But yeah, we need a plan. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public that would like to speak? Is there anybody?
One,
Okay.
Michelle.
Michelle, welcome.
Hi, I'm not sure exactly that this goes along because I had my hand up when you were actually questioning about STEAM. And I did want to tell you that the art component, piggybacking on her, is very important in the STEAM process. We are talking to kids about who their product serves and doing rough drafts, and they really think about what they're doing, and it's a design thinking. It is totally came out of STEM. We implement it in our art classes. The kids may not recognize that, and other people may not see that, but that is what we do and how important STEAM is. And it's really just like the previous speaker. I don't know when it's going to get seen, but we also have people that do STEAM all the time in the Bay Area. I was sent with other teachers down to see STEAM schools in Los Altos and Cupertino, and those are areas now that we're getting a lot of influx of population in from those areas, and they know what STEAM means. They know how important the art component is. That keeps kids thinking creatively and out of the box, and not just creating little drones. So I just wanted to throw that in and make sure that it's not just Folsom. I mean, all of California is very into STEAM with technology and development. So
Thank you. All right, that was the last one? Okay. All right, so unless there's any more discussion by the board, and I think that was the last presentation on that component?
Yes.
Oh, we got one more?
Sorry.
Please.
Things come to my mind.
I just wanted to focus on the kindergarten transition to full day and in regard to facilities, because it was brought up about the new schools needing more classrooms. And I'd like to just mention that the older schools will need that as well. And that has not been discussed as far as the funding and how it is applied, because our older schools do not have the kindergarten appropriate rooms, nor do they have the facilities to easily transition like a new school like Mangini Ranch might. And it is a huge concern. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on then to the next agenda item, which is the board self-evaluation review glows and grows. In speaking with the superintendent prior to the development of this agenda for today, we discussed the pros and cons of doing an annual review like we did last year, where we invited a representative from CSBA in to guide us through a self-evaluation process. And we felt in order to save some costs that because we saw the benefit. That was definitely a benefit of having that CSBA representative come in and guide us. But we felt that maybe if we did that every other year, since the board membership is stable, at least for a 2-year time period, that we would have that CSBA representative back next year for a comprehensive board self-evaluation. But in the odd year or the off year, it's still important for the board to self-reflect and get input and discuss, basically where have we been successful and where have we had challenges. Because obviously, as in any entity, we have room to grow, we have room to improve, we have room to learn. And so that's the purpose of this discussion here. Superintendent.
Yes, so I did give a copy of last year's CSBA board self-evaluation. I believe we can pull it up too, so public can see it as well. There's 11 areas that CSBA identifies when they're doing a board self-evaluation. It's also reflected in the Masters in Governance and the governance framework for CSBA. So, these actually live within our board bylaws as far as what board unity is or what the board's roles and responsibilities are. And there are indicators under each one of those 11 areas in which the board rated themselves last year and also had a conversation with the consultant from CSBA to talk through glows, grows, and where, thoughts of where you thought you were as a governance team. And that's what we debriefed with the consultant last year when she met with us. So we use this maybe as our baseline of, looking at our glows, and the way they have them ranked is progressive. The green indicated that it was a strength for most of our board members. The blue indicates a strength for a simple majority of our board members. The yellow, an area of growth for simple majority, and the red, an area of growth for most members. So I think last year we started with looking at the greens, what were areas of strength, and I would encourage us to look at, where we have grown. We probably have areas in the blue and the yellow and the red that have grown, but I think this is really a dialogue for the board to look at some of the rankings from last year and just dialogue with one another as far as, where you saw strengths and then where you see areas that we can continue to grow on as a governance team.
So how would, we're kind of open-ended here, how would the board like to engage in this dialogue?
Well, I know when we had the consultant, they sent out a little software and we answered them individually, and then we met afterwards to see where the scores came in and discussed it that way, because it'd be kind of time consuming to do it live right now. So I'd suggest we do the same type of steps, but we do it ourselves, right? How would we do that?
You can do it that way too.
Do we have the software where you can?
We don't have the software, but we could probably do some level of calculation based on
similar things, and then just kind of, okay, that's my suggestion.
So basically, Mr. Short, you're suggesting that the board after today's meeting, go through these 58 questions and just manually indicate where each board member feels we are right now, and then send them to the superintendent, who would then calculate it and let us know how, if we feel that we're growing or going in the wrong direction, or just status quo from, okay. Does that work for the board?
I think that works for me. I think it might be easier if we can recreate this somehow in like a Google form, or I don't know if for the superintendent, so that the data is just collected and doesn't take a lot of extra work to analyze. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we would have to put it into some kind of electronic format, survey format, so we could have a means to calculate it, probably a Google survey or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, just glancing at some of these questions and the responses, I think, we have made progress in some of these, and I would be surprised not to see some changing in the results. But, again, I'm just one person, and maybe that's not the case. It's important to see how our colleagues feel as well. Anything, and we do have some cards here for public comment, but is there anything in general the board would like to discuss or share on how the board is doing overall? I mean, I guess what I would indicate is, obviously the last 2.5 years have, we can just call it unusual. It's been unusual. Definitely not your standard content that the board would be dealing with in an average year. I think things are starting to slowly normalize. Certainly, the number of meetings that we have had in the past 12 months is a little different than it was for the 24 months prior to that. So, I think from that standpoint, things are improving. I think the board learned a lot, quite frankly, during the pandemic, and not to suggest the pandemic is over, but, I think the board learned a lot about working together, finding ways to work together on some very contentious issues, finding ways to work with the public, and by the way, public who had very diverse viewpoints on things. I mean, we had viewpoints coming from, different directions, exact opposite directions, as well as people who are in the center, which, obviously, created a certain level of stress at the board level as well as staff level and at the level of the teachers as well and the students. So, but I think, all in all that, we managed well through that process. I guess in my humble opinion, compared to sister school districts within Sacramento County, I would like to think that we handled it better than our sister school districts in Sacramento County. So, I do think that, through that process, we have come out stronger. And I think to a certain degree, at least it will be reflected, at least in some of these questions when we answer them again. But yeah.
I just want to give you, because Chris and I sit on CSBA delegate. Yeah. Just in overall looking at other boards that are in the region or even in Northern California, we're doing pretty good compared to some really dysfunctional boards. They're in the newspaper all the time. They're always infighting. The staff and administration, it starts at the top here where we emulate the leadership and the pulse of the administration. So I think we're doing above average in other school districts that are really having difficulties. And I think that's a kind of a basis right now. So I think we continue to improve ourselves.
Yeah. Mr. Hoover.
I just want to say that, Ed, I think you're right. I think we should I'll hold most of my comments for after we conduct our. But I think we should have a conversation, not just about these questions, but also comparing where we were at, from the last time we took the survey too. If we've made any improvements. I think, as all boards probably, I always think we have work to do and things we can improve upon. And I'm looking forward to hearing public comment too. But I would say when I joined the board in 2018, I wanted to focus on things like Rancho Cordova, and COVID hit and we all got sucked into the, I think the COVID vortex, so to speak, and it really sucked the air out of the room for a lot of the other priorities that I think this board wanted to work on a long time ago. So I just wanted to say thank you to the board for using this year as we get back to normal to focus on Rancho Cordova. I know we did that in January, and we're doing it here today. And I want to continue to make that a priority, because the reality is that, the call it an achievement gap or whatever you want to call it is significant between our two communities. And I appreciate the board's focus on that this year. And I look forward to continuing that moving forward. So.
All right, why don't we open it up to public comments? I guess no particular order, just which one's on top. We'll start with Laura Lansettle.
Hi, thank you for having me here today. I'm Laura Lansettle. I appreciate your time that you put towards our community and making sure that all of our schools and all of our students get what they need. In the short time that I have, I'm going to try and focus on the glows and the grows, as we've been talking about, and I really have appreciated this time to hear about all of the great things that are happening. And you guys are looking at your self-evaluations, and I do want to thank you for pushing people beyond their comfort zone, pushing our area into new situations. I do want you to, I appreciate that as much as sometimes I think we all get frustrated. It is nice to come together and we have conversations and see both sides. So thank you for that. I would like to focus on right now K2 through 2, where you have, as a GLOW, you have approved the transition to a full day for all kindergarten students with the intention of providing a quality full day program. I appreciate that. I was not always on board, but knowing that you were going to be working towards making that the best program possible, I'm ready. I'm willing to see that. I am a kindergarten teacher in the district, obviously. Another GLOW, approximately 20 teachers and administrators met and developed a list of recommendations that will support a successful full-day kindergarten program. The recommendations prioritized by teachers in order of importance were as follows. I'm going to talk about the first 4, and I'd like to give Angie Carlomagno credit because she was the one who kind of guided us, and I know she has or will be talking more about this. But just a summary of what I saw, one of the first recommendations was that we had additional trained staff support in our classrooms to assist with centers and other needs. The reason for this recommendation was based on the fact that we will no longer have a second credentialed teacher in the room during our school day to help with centers and other social, emotional, or behavioral needs of the students. The second thing that these teachers recommended was that we have the first 6 weeks of school to be a half day for a slow transition into kindergarten specifically. Kindergartners most of them are not ready for such a long day. It is very tiring. They still need a nap, a lot of them. So if we transition, this would help support assessment time as well as getting those kids comfortable. This was an idea that was actually brought up at a school board meeting and seemed to get a lot of support. Number 3, there was a suggestion out there that we dismiss the kindergarten kids at 2:00. This was actually provided because there is a concern for releasing kids all at the same time. School pickup and drop off, as you know, can be kind of chaotic. And so the recommendation was to dismiss these kids a little bit earlier to help with alleviate that. It will also provide one-on-one assessment time for teachers who need that one-on-one time, and it would help with costs reducing prep time for teachers. The last thing that was recommended in order of priority was a hard cap on 20 to 24 students in our class. This is sometimes a discommunication that I hear a lot. I personally have had this year 28 students in my classroom starting in January with the addition of new students till May. I had 28 5- and 6-year-olds in my room. And at this point in time, what I hear being recommended is next year you are willing and thinking that it is a good idea for me or any other kindergarten teacher to have a class of 28 students all day long that are 5 and 6 years old. That is overwhelming. Everyone calls us superheroes, but I am only a human and I'm one person, and our kids need more attention. I can't give our kids what they need if you have 28 of them in a room all day long. So these are all suggestions, and that meeting in itself was a glow. So these are those suggestions, though, that are areas of growing. And I do feel like as a school board, you have lots of great ideas, but the implementation of it is often do it. But that often falls on to the shoulders of teachers and administrators to get it done. We cannot get it done on our own. I love some of the trainings I have gone to. I have participated in the letters training this year. I have done other trainings in the past. They are wonderful trainings. But when you say we will train teachers how to do small groups so that you can do it on your own, realize that you are telling us that you think, A, we can't do it already, and B, that if we just give you enough training, that you can run 4 groups of 7 5-year-olds and have enough focus in your small group of 7 to teach them how to read. We are expecting kids in kindergarten to know how to read. They come in and they do not know their alphabet half of the time.
Just one thing. If you could try to wrap up your comments. I'm enforcing or loosely enforcing a 3 minutes, really kind of a 5 minute, because I didn't want to cut people off from the grows, because that's important for us to hear. But if future speakers could kind of fall within the 3 to 5 minute range, that would be
Thank you. I tried really hard and then I went off because I wanted to kind of focus on the glows and the grows. So let me just wrap up with, we received an MOU. Or at least what I think is the proposed MOU. And what it recommends is what the district negotiated with the union so far. We would have the first 3 weeks be a half day. And that was a negotiation. The district did not want to provide 6 weeks from what I can tell. And then the other thing was the small group support. It is not, from my understanding, it is not hiring new employees. It is taking the existing supports that are at the school and saying focus on K through 2. That means that you are asking us to do full days, but not providing any additional personnel specifically. So we need additional personnel. Thank you very much for your time and for all of your time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Jennifer Jones.
Good morning. So I have learned a lot in my 27 years working for Folsom Cordova Unified School District. Want to start out with the glows, so no more face diapers. And also no mandating so far the experimental shot that people take. So with that going on, I've got some grows that I would like to encourage you to maybe look into. What I've learned is that I'm a loyal to a fault and foolish when it comes to working for a district that values its workforce so little. I was an employee with less seniority, and if I was an employee with less seniority, I would look to jump ship for greener pastures. When I got out of the UC Davis credential program in the mid-90s, I applied to school districts that were about an hour radius from Davis. I applied to Roseville, Rockland, San Ramon, and Folsom. I was offered a job with each, but chose Folsom Cordova because I liked the principal I interviewed, Katie Dickerson, and I thought the drive down Folsom Boulevard from Greenback to for the freeway was pretty. Boy, was I dumb. Folsom Cordova wasn't the first to provide me an offer in mid-July, so I called the district office early on a weekday morning and told them my predicament. I was told that I couldn't be offered a job until there was board approval, and that was taking place later in the month. I biked over to the gym, it was Davis, to work out, and then returned with a message from Folsom Cordova on the answering machine. I called back and was offered a job. Strange, as it was only a few hours earlier, I was told that I would have to wait. I eagerly, obviously, took the job, and I've been here since. I was used to student teaching for free, so getting paid any salary at the age of 21 was a pretty big deal. In my 27 years with Folsom Cordova, we have always had to fight for fair pay and benefits. What's funny is the fair usually becomes obsolete soon after the districts around us negotiate salaries with their teacher unions. Let's look at salaries for the 21-22 school year. Our highest salary in FCUSD is Step 24 with an annual salary of $101,614. Rockland's highest salaries, they top out at Step 17 with an annual salary of $106,761. San Ramon's highest salary tops out at Step 25, very similar to us, with an annual salary of $107,388. Roseville City's highest salary tops out at Step 18 with an annual salary of $110,111. My salary this year was $101,614 with Folsom Cordova. I made $5,147 less than a comparable teacher in Rockland Unified, $5,774 less than a comparable teacher in San Ramon, and $8,497 less than a comparable teacher in Roseville City. With Rockland, I could have been making the top salary since my 17th year in the district and the 18th year with Roseville City. That means I'd have far more money in my retirement with STRS, outside investments, and bank accounts if I worked for neighboring school districts. Last board meeting, members of the school board looked at surrounding districts and the compensation board members received doing their job as an elected official. Minutes from the 5/19/2022 meeting are still not posted, but if I remember correctly, the board voted 4-1 to give yourselves a raise. Are you aware that several of our surrounding school districts have already bargained in good faith and salary and benefits packages have been offered prior to the end of the school year? We are entering summer of 2022 without a bargaining salary and benefits, and the district has stated that they weren't interested in working with a union until after June 4th. Rockland got a 5.33% raise, plus $52 towards benefit cap, and a $3,000 payment off salary schedule for 22-23. Western Placer County got an 8.56 salary increase for 22-23. And remember, those two districts already paid more in salary and benefits than we get here in Folsom Cordova. West Sacramento recently agreed to a 4% increase, 5% salary schedule enhancement, and a $200 or $400 increase in benefits depending upon what you take if you're single or family. They agreed to a 3% salary increase and a 4% off salary schedule enhancement for 23-24. You sure have your work cut out for you. Do you want a Sac City experience on your hands? On Thursday, the district sent teachers who hadn't signed an intent to return via Talent Ed letter, a certified letter in the mail. You are aware these teachers have until June 30th to let you know of their intent. Many of these teachers are looking for jobs outside of our district. Others have found that holding out is a way to make you squirm. It's obvious Folsom Cordova is looking for employees, as there is an important message that pops up on the main Folsom Cordova homepage. You cannot access the web page until the user clicks, okay, got it. If you want to retain the teachers looking to leave, then show us your value. Show us that we're valued. Otherwise, the words on our water bottle that I forgot to bring up here with me are meaningless. We are caring, resilient, and dedicated, and the district doesn't deserve us. What are you going to do to grow your ability to retain highly qualified teachers? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Casey Shingera. Again, if you could try to 3 to 5 minutes.
3 to 5, alrighty. Hello, I'm Casey Shingera. I've been a teacher in this district, high school teacher for the last 10 years. I'm going to use your glow and grow structure as well, so in the hopes of a more common language and common understanding. A glow here, you recognize the need for a 5% stipend increase for yourselves, given the increased demands on your time for this position and the lack of appropriate financial support. Grow. Reflect that the districts you use for your self-approved 5% stipend increase are the very same districts FCEA uses when we bring our financial needs to the table, and yet we are sent away. You saw that you can compare us to our neighboring districts, San Juan, Twin Rivers, Elk Grove, Roseville. When it comes to your compensation, realize we're looking at the same districts for ours. Glow. You thank us for our time and efforts with words of praise and water bottles. You say you want the best. Grow. Back your words with actions. Don't give us your praise, give us our raise. According to a 2019 EPI study, which is the most recent that the data has been done, for the state of California, when you adjust for inflation, there has been no change in teacher compensation over the last 20 years. By comparison, similarly educated workers outside of education have seen their inflation-adjusted wages rise 22% over the same period. Our FCUSD salary schedule has decreased in purchasing power by at least 14% since 2000 when adjusted for inflation. Understand that any pay increase that gets us to inflation-adjusted pay is not a raise. It's only a raise once we already are at COLA and adjusted for inflation. What we are asking for is living wages. And as you've pointed out, in this competitive market, we're just a stone's throw from other districts where we can make $10,000 to $20,000 more annually or sooner and with better healthcare packages. Glow. You want to attract new hires and so have pop-ups on the district webpage and signing bonuses for key teaching positions. Currently, 10% of our incoming new FCUSD teachers are new hires. Grow. Keep this going. Adjust our pay for inflation and COLA. Then work on a raise if you want to keep these new hires. For once those new hires gain 1 to 2 years of experience on their resume, they're going to leave to our better compensated neighboring districts. We lost over 36% of our employees to rehire in 1 year. They went elsewhere. It's foolish to think the new hires won't do the same. It isn't financially responsible to work in this district long term. 10 years in, and I am reconsidering my options too.
Thank you. Next speaker is Stacy Albe.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Stacy Albe. I'm a teacher in the district. I've been a teacher for 10 years. I work at Folsom High. I've been there for 5. I'm also going to continue with the grow and the glow. So glow, y'all, you gave yourselves a 5% raise at the last board meeting, okay? And you used neighboring districts to do it. And that's all awesome, and I applaud that. Any win is a win, that's awesome. And that even goes for our superintendent. Got an awesome raise. I'm all for that, okay? But as Mr. Short pointed out, it starts at the top, right? Other things that I love that we're continuing the Equity Leadership Committee, which will continue to ensure equitable practices for all of our students. And it is about all of our students, isn't it, right? So when teachers stay at a site or in a district, they're able to build relationships with students, parents, siblings, and the community. Okay, these teachers become beloved memories in your families. I know and still personally talk to several teachers who shaped me into the educator I've become. And yet, for all of this nostalgia and importance that we acquire, you and other districts like you continue to disrespect us by failing to pay us livable wages. According to the calculations that have already been mentioned, looking at the FCUSD salaries from the early 90s, adjusted for inflation, we're actually making less in this district now than they did 30 years ago. Please value loyalty. Signing bonuses only save you for next year. And they spit in the face of staff who have served this district and this profession for 5, 10, 20, 30 years. Some of them couldn't even get their PIN. Sad day. Please come to the bargaining table with the intent to keep teachers in this district, to entice the best to come here, not the cheapest. Because while you may be able to hire the column 2 step 1s, you won't be able to convince them to stay. COLA is cost of living adjustment. It's not a raise. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's see, finally, we have Tracy Suter.
Hi, Tracy Suter. I'm a math teacher. I taught at Cordova High School for 20 years, and I've been at Vista Del Lago for 13. And I do want to start with a positive, and I'll say thank you had a lot to do with this. I'm very encouraged that you're going to have 2 student school board members, one from each side of the district, and I think that's incredibly important to have all those voices heard. One thing that came up, let me also compliment Jim. I spent Tuesday and Wednesday at PLC meetings at the beautiful Mangini Ranch, which I think could also be a community college as well as an elementary school. Kindergarten furniture, not good for old knees, but it's a beautiful school. One of the things that grew out of that, at the end of that PLC meeting, we had met within our sites, between sites, with our feeder schools. There was a lot of concern talking about the August 3rd and 4th buyback day. We saw the agenda. We were very concerned about what we were seeing. We didn't feel like it was going to serve the needs of the teachers, the schools, or the district, and we expressed that. And I want to thank Jim and his group, right down to Carrie and Suzanne who led the meeting. Clearly they talked, because by the time I got to your survey, I saw the email and the adjustments to that. And I was very happy to see that a lot of our input had actually been listened to and had been tweaked, respecting everyone's needs. But it was also a little disconcerting, because as I look at your list up there, I'm not sure that's how I felt most decisions have been made at this district, where teacher input has been actually listened to. That it's not people's personal agendas that have driven some of our decision making, as opposed to what's educationally sound for students. And I'm a high school teacher, but I felt that often listening to the first and second grade decision making that was happened, and the input of teachers that clearly has not been fully listened to. So bigger perspective, certainly we've heard people talk about compensation. You just go to your own presentations. There were some beautiful things happening with STEM and STEAM at Cordova High School, Mills, and other Rancho schools. You need teachers to teach those programs. Some of the teachers teaching those programs, I'm pretty sure, have left. I have sat on negotiations, and we've had to try to get MOUs to pay extra to get people to come teach those programs. You cannot have the school district you want if you don't have the people to teach it. And I may be part of FCEA, but that goes with IAs as well. You can promise the first and second grade teachers and the kindergarten teachers that there'll be support in their classroom, but only if you can hire people at the wages you are offering them, at the hours and benefits you are not offering them. And that comes right down to the teachers as well. We can't keep hiring people temporary. We have people who won't even look at the jobs because they're being hired temporarily. We obviously aren't rekeeping people because we have these vast numbers of temporary people coming in and then washing out. If you truly want the programs you say you want, then you need to think through the broader perspective and look at what's most important. And that is the people who are going to implement your programs. And if you listen to them, will make your program implementations better and will stay around to see them to fruition. And I don't feel that's where we've been. I hope that's where we're going to want to go. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one person online.
Sarah?
Sarah, welcome.
Hello, my name is Sarah David. I'm the teacher at Cordova Villa Elementary School, and I want to follow the glows and grows as well. I don't want to say anything else, but I want to agree with all of the previous teachers, and a shout out to all of the teachers that I've had in this district. That is a grow for me, teaching in the district where I grew up. A grow or a glow is me wanting to stay here. Hearing all of this, I am scared to do the math about how much I could make in another district. I don't think I will leave because, like Jen Jones, I'm loyal to a fault to support the district I grew up in. But one other glow and grow that I see in our district, glow definitely is our TK3 music program that Stephanie Cantu and Emily Lockhart were able to provide for us this year. A grow is to keep it. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. All right, back to the board. Any final things on the board self-evaluation? Nope.
Sure.
Oh, yes, Mr. Hoover.
So just not so much on the self-evaluation, but I just wanted to clarify something on that the first speaker brought up on the all-day kindergarten, because I think we actually talked about it in the meeting when we approved full-day kindergarten, or I should call it all-day kindergarten. That I think it was brought up about a 2 p.m. release time or something like that. But I don't think it was ever precluded that all-day kindergarten had to mean until 2:37. And I think we actually discussed that when we had the board meeting. So I don't know if that's being incorporated into the conversations or whatever, but I just wanted to see if the board had that same view as I did on that, or, that I don't think that 2 p.m. release would be prohibitive or not included in what that discussion and action item was. But I wanted to see if anyone else had any other thoughts on it than I did, so.
Yeah, that was, there was a certain level of flexibility that I think the board granted staff on that issue. We were very clear that, we were supportive with kindergarten having half day for the very beginning of the school year to ease into it.
Right.
But at least I agree with you. I think the board intended to or expressed a certain level of flexibility to staff to make this work. Is that everybody else agree with that? Yeah, okay.
Okay. And just a couple more comments. I agree with the speakers here today that, and David, you brought it up earlier too. We have to be competitive on salaries. And, it's very important that we're competitive, not just because we want, to, be better than other school districts, but also because we care about our employees. And so I completely agree with that. I think the challenge that we have as a district compared to a lot of these other districts that we often get compared to is our budgetary dollars from the state are less. And I think this is something that we need to continue to advocate for at the state level, because we have, while we do not hit a percentage threshold that gets us those extra dollars in Folsom, Cordova, we still have a lot of students that would greatly benefit from those dollars, and a lot of teachers that would benefit from those dollars. And so I just want to, I know this has been said a million times, but I want to continue to push for advocating for really more dollars for our school district at the state level. And then the last thing I would just add is that, I appreciate some of the comments about the board raise. I would say that I do not view that as a glow. I think, I obviously oppose that. And I think I would not consider that a glow, but I appreciate the point that you're making. And I actually think that, that money obviously, while very insignificant in the broader scheme of things, I think the priority needs to be our teacher salaries.
All right. Moving on to the final item, FCUSD vision mission statements, Superintendent.
Yes, I'm bringing forward as just a discussion item today with the board revised vision and mission statements that actually our leadership team, our department leaders, our CNI team have been working on throughout the course of this last year. It was actually almost a year ago that our leadership team looked at our vision statement and our mission statements to see if and I'm not sure how long ago they were created, and I think they were appropriate at the time, but as we've continued to evolve, we say, do they reflect our vision today and the vision to which we're moving towards? And as we look at other school districts or even organizations, it's usually the why statement that captures our attention that we might remember. And David and I even talked about, slogans. What are those catchy slogans So I think all good reasons to come back and visit, who are we as an organization? How do you get a statement that represents us in just, one or two statements? And reflect all the great things about Folsom Cordova. So we took a look at this with our leadership team last year. We worked in small groups. We came up with different types of vision. And vision is more the what, and the mission is more of the how, if you want to think about it in those terms. And I provided for you what the current vision and mission statements are for the district, but I want to thank Angie Carlomagno because she's the one who really shepherded this project of taking it back to get feedback from our different groups and our teaching staff, as well as support staff and leaders. And we came up with a vision statement that says, empowering all students to thrive through educational excellence. And that's what we're proposing. And if the board is wanting to contribute to feedback on that, we'd like to bring it back to a future meeting in June, so we could hopefully get consensus from the board as well to open our 22-23 year with the new vision statement. And then the new mission statement, again, proposed, this is the how. In collaboration with our community, the mission of Folsom Cordova is to ensure all students demonstrate grade level or above learning through our commitment to continuous cycles of improvement, transformative social emotional learning, and engaging, culturally responsive instruction, which we feel really defines the how of what we've been doing with our focus around SEL to a bridge to educational equity, the professional development that we've all been engaged in, and as we're trying to build an inclusive environment that's responsive to all of our students. So those are the vision and mission statements we'd like to propose for the board to think about. It's not an action item, but we would like to hear from you, maybe at the next meeting.
Let me just test it out if I remember the vision. Did you say empowering all students to thrive through educational excellence?
Yes.
All right. I like it because that was exactly what I had mentioned to the superintendent, that the thing I hate most about vision and mission statements is when people can't remember them to tell other people what it is. I can't tell you what you just said on the mission statement, but the vision statement I can. And that's important because people need to know, what the goal is. In fact, what I would, I guess, maybe ask the superintendent is, once this is approved, can we have the vision statement on each board agenda so that every board meeting we see the vision statement on the agenda? It doesn't have to be agendized, just like on the top banner or something, just to remind us all what the vision is.
I think that's a great idea. It's kind of back to that branding, who we are.
Yes.
Our why.
Right.
Yeah. Good suggestion.
All right. Any public comment on that vision mission statement?
I have some comments on it.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr.
I would just say that I think the proposed vision statement's fantastic, and I like how short and to the point it is. I think you're right. I think it needs to be very focused, and I think that encapsulates it very well. I would love to see some changes to the proposed mission statement. I think, particularly keeping and not getting rid of some of the things we have in our current vision statement and mission statement, and we could even use some of our current vision statement in the new mission statement. But our language about having high expectations, about academic rigor, I think these things are not things that we should take out of our mission statement. I think they need to remain included in our mission statement. And so I would really suggest that we try to mesh our existing vision and mission statements with that new mission statement in a broader way. I think it's important that we, do not move away from, and I think the vision statement, the proposed vision statement, encapsulate it very well. Educational excellence. That requires high expectations. That requires academic rigor, and I don't want to send the message that we're moving away from those things. So I would love to see more of those concepts incorporated into the proposed mission statement.
Any other board members? No? All right. All right, that being said, we are now going to adjourn by unanimous consent unless there's an objection.
Can I make a comment? I know I'm talking a lot today.
All right.
Before we go, I actually had a comment for Alicia and I want to thank you again for your presentation. But one idea I wanted to raise since we're here at the workshop today, and I know it's a Saturday, is I was looking through the CTE pathways, and I know that these things don't happen overnight, but I just wanted to put it out there. There is a pathway at the state level under the health science and medical technology. Now I'm forgetting all the words. Industry sector, thank you. For mental and behavioral health. And I know that's not one that we offer here in Folsom Cordova Unified. But given, all of our ongoing conversations about mental health in our school district, and really what we've seen is the issue is the need for people in that sector, right? Maybe long-term, something we could, look at as a district is creating a pathway at one of our schools for mental and behavioral health, just as a way to get students excited about that possibility as a career field, especially because it won't only help them, but it could also help our community as well. So it's just something I was thinking about after we had our conversation, but just wanted to throw that out there. So thanks. Okay, awesome. That's great. That's awesome. Thanks for obliging that.
All right, back to, unless there's an objection, we're going to adjourn by unanimous consent. We're adjourned.